Rochelle, if you're not in the middle of the YouTube thing, are you able to resend the meeting link to Perry Kealoha, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Janice, do you happen to have a smartphone that maybe you could work off of later? Oh, I can't hear you, so I don't know your answer. There he is.
Thank you. It just disappeared off my computer. So
Yeah,
I'm here now.
you are. Oh, there you are. Awesome. All right, we see you, we hear you. You hear us?
Yes, I do.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Mason, I assume we're checking your sound. Can you hear us? Are you able to unmute?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. So you're also for agenda item number 3, I believe, yes? Okay. Rochelle, I'll let you tell me how we're going to handle these couple of testifiers for agenda item number 3. As far as keeping them on the screen now.
Okay, Nancy.
Yes.
Yeah, we would prefer that they disconnect if their sound is working, Melvin's is working, and I will contact Melvin when it's time to come back on. Janice, I can work with you separately on another WebEx and try to get your sound working. So if you don't mind disconnecting, just to keep the amount of people on the screen down. And okay, so I believe YouTube is working. I see it working on my side. So can somebody else confirm it's working? There we go.
The live top right.
The live feed.
I see the live logo there.
Okay.
I think that's only there if it's connected, right?
Yes. And I think we're good.
All right.
Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning.
There's a fan in my proximity. Does it
hear
make a
it.
difference? Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Good morning, everyone. The online meeting for the Leeward Planning Commission will now come to order. It's Thursday, August 20th, 2020, and the time is 9:40. Based on the governor's 10th proclamation related to COVID-19 emergency, we're holding this meeting online. This is to maintain physical distancing and to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The public can observe this meeting on YouTube live streaming by following the link provided on the county website or by using the URL advertised on the agenda. The video recording will be accessible on the same YouTube channel for those who are not able to watch it live. The minutes and the transcripts will also be posted on the county website at a later date. This meeting welcomes public testimony in 2 ways as notified on the agenda. The commission has been receiving written statements through the planning department. Also, public members can provide oral testimony if they followed the registration process by 4 p.m. yesterday. Oral testimony will be taken at the time of the particular item is called to order. So if you are a registered testifier, excuse me, please monitor the progress on YouTube and join the meeting during the login break prior to the particular item. Please be advised that when you are done with your testimony, or also if you join too early, you may be asked to log out. We thank you for your cooperation in achieving an orderly meeting during these challenging times. Speaking of decorum, everyone is reminded that only one person may speak at a time, so please raise your hand to be recognized by the chair before you speak. Also, please keep your microphone muted while you are not talking, otherwise it'll pick up noise that could interfere with the person who's speaking. So now I'd like to move on to introduction of the commissioners. I'd like to introduce my fellow commissioners. When I call your name, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Perry Kealoha, Commissioner Max Newberg, Commissioner Mike Vitusik, Commissioner Mark Van Pernis, Commissioner Faye Yates, and I'm Chairperson Nancy Carr-Smith. We do have a quorum to hold this meeting today. Introducing the staff in attendance, Jay Yoshimoto, who is Deputy Corp Counsel for the commissioners, for the commission. Jay, would you like to introduce who else is in your room with you?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Commission members. Also in the room with me is Deputy Corp Counsel Kaena Horowitz. And in addition, we have our summer intern, Alon Sar. He's also present here.
Very good, thank you. Planning Director Michael Yee and Deputy Corp Counsel John Mukai, who's the attorney for the Planning Department. Planning Program Manager Jeff Darrow. Planner Maya Jackson. Planner Alex Roy. Planner Christian Kay. And Commission Secretary Noriko Sauer. Our appreciation also goes out to Planning Director's Private Secretary, Rochelle Lay, who has the role of hosting this meeting. With that, we'll proceed to the first agenda item. Applicant is Fairview Avenue, Hawaii LLC, SPP 20-000216. This is an application for a special permit to establish a 40-room lodge and accessory improvements on a 14.9 acre portion of a 294 acre property situated in the State Land Use Agricultural District. The subject property is located about 2.5 miles east and Mauka of Kealakekua North, of Pu'ulehua Drive, Hokukano, 1st and 2nd, North Kona, Hawaii. TMK is 3791, a portion of parcel 2. As chairperson, I've granted the applicant's request for a postponement until a later date, no sooner than October 15th, 2020. Staff, do you have any comments or updates? I heard it's possible that this has been withdrawn. Maya?
Yes, Chair Carr-Smith, thank you. We just received an email this morning from the applicant's representative, Mr. Kern, stating that the applicant is withdrawing the application.
Very good. Okay. Thank you for that. This is an agenda item, however, and even though the hearing has been postponed or withdrawn, since it's listed on the agenda, we will take public testimony on this. Rochelle, do you have any testifiers that were registered?
For this item, no, we do not have any testifiers.
Okay. I will put on the record that we did receive written testimony from the following people: Ken Melrose, Chuck Flaherty, Sherry Marden, Susan Slavich, Kaimana Souza, Kahiao Souza, Christian Lee Souza, Carolyn Greenwell, Jeffrey McConnell, one anonymous, Sarah Vargas, and Tim Vargas. So for the record, those were all written testimonies against the project. So with that, since we did put that on the record, can I have a motion to close? Yes, Mr. Van Pernis.
Is the application withdrawn or postponed?
It has now been withdrawn.
So
Yes,
it's
my
not going to
interest
be
mentioned.
on any future agenda?
I'm sorry?
It's not scheduled for any future agenda?
It's with, this application is withdrawn.
Okay.
May
There's
come
been
back
a,
in some other form, but this application is withdrawn.
there's been a recent Hawaii Supreme Court decision stating that the county can ban short-term vacation rentals on agricultural land. And my inquiry is, does this subsequent decision, subsequent to the application, prohibit such an application in the future? And that's for the corporate counsel, and he can deliver his opinion when available.
Mr. Yoshimoto, do you have any comment on that?
Okay, we can, I can research that issue and provide it in the commission. So basically, just to restate the question so I understand it correctly, in light of the recent Hawaii Supreme Court decision regarding STVRs on ag lands, the question is whether this affects any applications moving forward. Is that correct? Mr. Van Pernis?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll work on that and advise the commission accordingly.
All right, very good. Can I have a motion to close public testimony, please?
So moved.
Mr. Perry?
Second.
Sorry, it's hard to tell who's.
Second.
That was Perry and Mike, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Perry made a motion, Mike made a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, very good. Public testimony is closed. All right. Rochelle, do we need a break to bring anybody in for agenda item 2, or are we all here?
I believe we are all here. Zendo, your applicant is here?
That's
Al-
correct, Michelle. We are,
Thanks,
on my
Darren.
side, is good to go.
Okay.
Thanks.
And I don't think there was any testifiers as well.
All right, very good. Moving on to agenda item number 2, applicant is Jackie. Where's that feedback coming from?
I think it's coming from Christian and Alex's side.
Danny Jolkowski, Pua Malia LLC. This is SLU 20-000053 and an REZ rezone 20-000241. Applications for state land use boundary amendment from agricultural to urban for 11.707 acres of land, and a change of zone from an open and residential and agricultural 1 acre to village commercial 10,000 square feet. zoning district, 11.707 acres of land. The subject property is located south of Waikoloa Road, approximately 0.3 of a mile east of the intersection of Puumalia Street and Waikoloa Road at Waikoloa, South Kohala, Hawaii, TMK, excuse me, 368257. Staff?
Sorry, we're having a little trouble here. Share the content. It's not picking up the right screen for some reason. Everybody see the point? Can you hear me? Where's the? You can hear me? Oh, okay. Everybody hear me? All right. Okay. No idea. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start. This application, Danny Jolkowski, is for a change of zone, application rezone 20241, and for the state land use boundary amendment, application SLU 2053. Here's a location map of the project site that's outlined in red, the property. You can see that it's just east of Waikoloa Village, the golf club, and south of Waikoloa Village proper. On the south side of Puumalia Street Loop. So residential and agricultural 1 acre to village commercial or CV10, which is village commercial 10,000 square for entire 11.707 acres of land. Additionally, the applicant is requesting.
Excuse me, you're breaking up a little bit. The sound is not that great. We're not hearing every word you say clearly.
Okay. Can you hear me any better? Yeah. Okay.
Try. Go ahead.
All right. So the applicant is requesting a change of zone from an open and residential and to a commercial zoning. Additionally, the applicant is requesting a state land use boundary amendment from agricultural to urban for the entire 11.707 acres of land. The applicant's proposed use of this property is to subdivide the parcel into 9 buildable lots and 1 road lot. They include a proposed housing development and commercial development. Here's a map of the county zoning. The property is outlined in red. As you can see, it is both zoned open and RA-1A. It is south of Waikoloa Road. Take note of the agricultural and open designations across the street and the open and RA south of the property. Across the street, Puumalia, and at the intersection, you see that there's a CV10, which is the Waikoloa Plaza development, which is currently ongoing. And then north of Waikoloa Road, you see open, and RM 1.5, that is the golf course and the Waikoloa Village development. Directly across the street is a undeveloped section of Village Commercial 20. So it's Village Commercial 20,000 square foot, but has yet to be developed. Here's a map of the state land use boundary. The property is all within the rural state land use boundary, adjacent to agricultural. And then you see the urban of Waikoloa and Waikoloa Village and Plaza west of the subject property. Here's the general plan or LUPEG map showing the parcel as entirely within rural and open. Across the street is EA, which is extensive agriculture. West of the subject property in the Waikoloa Village, Waikoloa Plaza is medium density urban and open. Here's an aerial photograph of the subject property. You can see that it's pretty barren, but please take note of the large drainage area that cuts through the entire property. And you can see that paralleling Waikoloa Road in this diagram. Across the street from the subject property is a horse barns and animal husbandry area. It's the Waikoloa Stables. West of Puamalia Street, and the subject property is the fire department and post office, and then the Waikoloa development, which hasn't shown up in this aerial. You can also see the Waikoloa Village golf course and some of the development there in the top left-hand corner of the picture. This is the applicant site plan. The large triangular lot is where the residential component is going to be. Then you have 5 smaller lots on the south side of the property, which is going to be some unknown commercial, and then 3 other lots. The large lot, the applicant is planning to do a hardware store, and I have a plan for that. You can see that there's 2 other remnant lots surrounding that. Here's a conceptual plan for Ohana Estates that would go into that triangular. So this would be the residential component of the project, fit within, tight within that triangular new lot that would be created. Here's a plan of the proposed hardware store. That would be on one of the larger commercial lots. You can see proposed lot 1, Waikoloa Road on the north, on the top of the property, and then the entrance and cul-de-sac that would take you to the residential. Also note that the parking lot area is slated to be right over the drainage ditch. So it's unclear if that was taken into account. Here's a view of the property entrance looking west, so towards Waikoloa Village. And the property entrance, the approximate property entrance is on the left-hand side there. Here's a view of the property entrance and looking east along Waikoloa Road. So you can see it's generally very barren and dry, which is typical. Here's a view of the property from Waikoloa Road. This is an aerial photograph, a oblique aerial photograph. I wanted to show the drainage ditch you can see, which is flowing from the right-hand side of the picture to the left-hand, so it's flowing towards Waikoloa Villages. The entrance, the proposed entrance, is approximately 1,500 feet from the intersection of Puamalia and Waikoloa Road. And so the entrance here would take you to the residential section and the commercial sections. And it's directly across the street from the horse barns, but not their entrance. At this time, the planning director is recommending that we forward an unfavorable recommendation to the county council for the change of zone application number 20-000241. Additionally, the planning director recommends forwarding an unfavorable recommendation to the county council for state land use boundary amendment application number 20-00053. And that's it.
That concludes your presentation. Okay. You didn't really touch on the CDP. Did you have anything to present on how the CDP felt about this area?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'll go back to the zoning map. So one of the issues, of course, that this does not align with the GP, doesn't align with the CDP, in that the area is designated as open and rural, and is not adjacent to the medium density urban. And in fact, someone who, if the residential component was constructed, someone would have to walk almost a mile to get to Waikoloa Village, as they'd have to come from the back of the property and then walk all the way down Waikoloa Road. So this doesn't fit within the idea and the intent of putting together commercial development in areas where it's already slated. As you can see, the medium density urban zoning would support that, whereas the open and rural does not. One of the big issues is the lack of infrastructure, and the lack of available wastewater that has not really been settled as of now. And then the really the idea that this doesn't fit within the intent of the CDP, which was to minimize and overdevelopment, commercial development, and spot zoning, which we really believe that this is spot zoning. And so the spot zoning doesn't fit within both the CDP and the GP as effective development measures. So we decided based on those, based on the fact that it doesn't fit within the CDP, the GP, and its severe lack of infrastructure improvements, its lack of wastewater. There is water that's available, but it's unclear if the facilities need to be constructed in order to take that. It's a private water company and sewer company that would need to expand its service area, and that requires LUC, not LUC, PUC, the Public Utilities Commission approval. The applicant provided no alternatives. So if the PUC fails to approve the expansion, then there's no alternative. And then on top of that, the drainage area and the fact that there was no TIAR that was provided. The community actually provided a report. The action committee for the South Kohala CDP provided a report that talked about the intersection of Pu'amalia and Waikoloa Road being extremely dangerous right now. So to add on new commercial development near this that would affect that intersection without improvements planned goes against the CDP 100%.
Thank you very much, Alex. Commissioners, Alex, could you pull down your screen so I can see my commissioners, please? Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff? Max, this is your community. I'm curious as to what you have to say.
Yes, good morning, everyone. As a 17-year resident of South Kohala, we've seen danger in the past, not to mention the large wildfire in 2005, which has kind of alluded to this situation that we have in South Kohala that is hopefully being slated to rectify. I don't know exactly what our population is at this time. It's a humble working community that's developed out of a proposed idea long ago to be a retirement community. Anyone who's been to Waikoloa Village can see that the roads are in terrible shape. Waikoloa Road leading into that area is in bad shape. And we have a commercial development beginning with Waikoloa Plaza. And I think a dangerous situation is getting worse. And that's echoed by the entire community. And before I go any further, I would like to ask if there's any knowledge of where that area is at regarding traffic signaling.
You're
I don't know if
asking you're asking planning department staff if there's a signal planned for the entrance or for the main intersection?
Right. I wanted to ask, although it's not maybe particular to this development particularly, I was just curious if there's anything in motion or proposed for this area to have a traffic signal light at that main intersection of Waikoloa Road and Waikoloa Boulevard.
I can answer that. I could say that the proposal that agencies believe would rectify the situation is a traffic circle or roundabout, whatever you call it. There is no plans or permits or any proposals to do any intersection improvements at this time.
So I think that's the tragic situation. To give more context to it, it's just my personal story, but it's echoed again throughout Waikoloa Village and the surrounding area of South Kohala. In 2005, we went from a situation within about 30 minutes on the radio being reported as the fire is a mile away from the village. There's no reason to evacuate. Hadn't I been at the time in the field working at a site that I could visually see Waikoloa Village and see the fire itself jumping the fire stop, we quickly ended up in a situation at lunchtime where I had to evacuate myself, my animal, and my pregnant wife. And it was literally a situation where the community was shutting down because the fire had jumped and it was at the intersection. And they started instructing the people to go to the back of the village. And while that situation doesn't affect this proposed project, it alludes to the larger issue of the traffic that would be incurred by this project should it be approved. Is there any proposal put forth other than the use of the property? Is there any proposal in lieu of a TIAR of how they're going to run the entrance and, egress and access onto this property? Is that part of this proposal at all?
No, the applicant stated that it would infrastructure improvements would be, done as needed or as requested by agencies. There was some turn improvements which would be necessary, but there was no light. I don't think that was proposed of any sort.
I'm sure the applicant will address that when they make their presentation. Do you have any other comments, Max?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. Jeff, did you have something to add?
I just want to point out to the commissioners exhibit number 6, which was the comments that we received from Public Works, and they touch upon each of these areas, including access to the property and what they want to see. This has happened in the past where DPW is placing the burden for the roundabout, the construction of the roundabout, clearly on the shoulders of the developer. And so, again, that's what we're seeing in this case. And if you, again, refer to Exhibit 6, it goes into detail about that.
Thank you. Commissioners, Mr. Van Pernis, go ahead.
I don't know whether it's been covered yet, but this project looks like it'll generate a lot of traffic, and a turn lane will be necessary. When would that be imposed, and whose responsibility would it be?
Alex?
Yeah, I mean, as Jeff said, there are requirements that would be necessary for ingress and egress. And I would assume that they would be required to be installed prior to occupancy or plan approval or something like that, which is typical. But other than that, I'm not sure. We'd have to defer to DPW. But yeah, typically they would not be able to until those infrastructure improvements are put in.
Thank you. Mark, did you have anything else?
My question would be for the applicant, whether they're willing to commit to building a turn lane.
Okay, we'll deal with that when we get there. Faye, do you have anything?
No.
No?
No.
Perry, Mike, questions? Either of you have questions or, okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, Alex. All right, we'll move on to the applicant's presentation. We have Zendo Kern online as the applicant's representative and Danny Jolkowski as the applicant. Can I swear you folks in, please? Oh, there's so many people on this screen, I can't find you. There you are. There you are. All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Mr. Jolkowski?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and area of residence. Zendo?
Yeah, hi. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, Zendo Kern, planning consultant, live on the Big Island. Here representing the applicants.
Okay, thank you. Did you receive the planning director's background and recommendation report?
I did. We did.
Okay. Would you like to comment on the recommendations and go ahead and give us your presentation?
Yes, please. Thank you very much again. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Leeward Planning Commission, all the planning department staff, corporation counsel, and anybody else viewing this. So what we have here is an interesting, challenging project. What we've heard is a presentation from the planning department that talked about some of the basic land use components of it. I know there's some concerns. What we haven't heard today and what we haven't talked about is the story about how we got here. I'm going to talk a little bit on my side about this, and then I'll have Mr. Jolkowski share his story. I'm not going to go into the personal depths of his story, so there might be a little bit of overlap, but I'll try to limit that to the best of our ability. I got a call over a year ago, probably a year and a half ago. Yeah, over a year and a half ago. By a person at that point in time that was employed by the county and said, I have a 201H I have a client that has a 201H application that involves affordable housing and a hardware store, and it's just about to find, basically need to button it up and it's good to go. Simple, easy project. So I said, sure, I'm happy to assist and help with that. And so I did. I got involved. And the first thing I did from there, after talked with Mr. Jolkowski and got my head around the project, I was like, okay, this seems to make sense to me. I went and talked with the planning department about it. And at that point in time, the planning department was not supporting the 201H application as housing was. And generally speaking, when there's a conflict with planning and housing, it gets complicated. So I said, well, why don't we look at it from just a straight change of zone perspective and take the 201H application out of there. So that conversation went on. What we looked for was a LUPEG map determination. So that's the land use pattern allocation guide map, which you can see is about just on the Mackay border of the property as a MDU. So that would be ideally what you'd want, is the medium density urban in that area. And in one of the first meetings, it looked like that was going to be favorable to get that LUPEG map determination. And a few months later, that changed. And so it was no longer supported. So it's like, okay, it is what it is. We need to continue to move forward. And so we have been moving forward with the original intention of the affordable housing and the commercial lots, as well as the hardware store. So there's a few things to point out when we talk about, say, for example, the TIAR, which I think would be something that we'd want to have as a condition if this were to be approved. But when once things kind of went further south with the planning department, and it was basically stated that this will not be supported, it became very challenging for the applicant to spend a lot more additional money on these items, especially when you hear the rest of the story. So since then, I've been trying to address this and work it out. I do think it's important that, so what was called out was residential housing, where it's actually it's going to be committed to doing affordable housing within the affordable housing guidelines. So it's not regular homes. This would be affordable, 80 to 100% AMI. The intersection question that came up, that has been being punted for as long as I can remember being on council for the roundabout area, and it continues to be punted. Meanwhile, there's large scale commercial development closer to that intersection than this request, yet nothing happens. That's interesting. I think it's also important to look at the map. When you guys looked at the LUPEG map, the land use pattern allocation guide map, that across the street, it shows it as EA or extensive ag, but it's actually zoned CV10, the same request that we have in a similar nature. So it's obviously been done. When I looked at this, I said, is it perfect? Maybe it's not perfect, but you have commercial across the street, you got commercial 300 feet Mackay of it, and village, and you basically have commercial around this project, and that little triangle piece would essentially close out the area of potential commercial growth in that area. If this was, a half mile or a mile up the street, it just wouldn't make sense. So I would say here that is subjective enough to make sense. Water is available to the property. Waikoloa Water Company said it is, and there's a letter to that effect. Wastewater will need to be addressed. I think it's clear that there are certain elements that do need to be addressed, such as egress, ingress, TFR, and some wastewater. But I think it'd be need to be addressed, such as egress, ingress, TFR, and need to be addressed, such as egress.
And pause for a second here. Rochelle, is Shannon Rudolph speaking? Rochelle? All right. We know this is challenging, trying to bring people in and test them and then have them stand by. So I think the feedback is gone now. Zendo, if you could continue.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So yeah, water is available, wastewater needs to be resolved. So long story short on that is the applicant has been more than willing to address the issues that are coming up, the mitigation measures that need to occur within reason. But I do believe that everybody here could agree that if you're coming up, especially when you hear the rest of the story, if you're coming up against a firm of no support, you're going to want to limit the amount that you spend until you can get a little further along. And if there is support, I think the applicant's again happy to do that, and that could be done and stated in the conditions. and worked out in a manner that it's again creating a good project and safety. So simply, it's got commercial zoning all around it. It's here. I think it's also really important to put out that this original property was the affordable housing component for Waikoloa Highlands that had 80 some units going in on there, slated for that. And then that changed. So I think I'm going to take a quick pause at this point in time, turn it over to Mr. Jolkowski so he can share his story about how he got here, and then I can close it out, and then we're happy to answer any questions and get into a dialogue. Mr. Jolkowski, are you available? Please unmute if you're speaking.
He turned off his camera.
He's there. It just came on. I see the corner. There's can you see that, like a caution symbol?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know what that means.
I haven't seen that in the WebEx meetings yet.
That means low internet signal.
Okay.
It went away. Mr. Jolkowski, are you able to join us via video, or at least unmute and let us know your status?
There we go. Okay.
There you are. I believe so, but it looks, Mr. Jolkowski? Perhaps you could not use the video and just try the audio. Where are you? Mr. Jolkowski, could you try unmuting and try speaking to us, please?
Can you hear us now? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm Danny.
Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Danny Jakolski, my son, Jacob Jakolski. We live in northern Minnesota, and we'll go back a little bit of history. We've owned a home out in Kahala Ranch for 14 years. We were looking at different areas to move our family out, and we've been looking at pieces of property, and one day we decided we had enough of it. And on January of 2018, a county employee contacted us and asked us if we were interested in purchasing the piece of property that we had purchased, that we had bought. At that time, I had known this guy from the past because he had been trying to get us to do affordable housing, because at one time I was a general contractor. Anyways, we talked back and forth. He came up with a price, and we decided we'll go with it. He wanted a little bit more, and I said, I don't have that type of funds. I can work with this. So we had multiple meetings at the housing department. I signed documents at your county buildings with lawyers to that I would do the affordable housing. So we invested quite a bit of money, telling us that they're going to help us. If we do the housing, they'll help us through this whole project. And then one day I get a phone call by the FBI and saying, what do you know about this project? And from that point on, before that, I had threatening phone calls towards my family because I wouldn't back off. I had a life investment in this thing, and I just can't walk away from life investment. I was promised a lot of things from the county. County would say, if you would work with us with the housing, then would help you with the other problems with the water and sewer. I would like to make a couple corrections. I do have a paper from both the water department and the sewer for the sewer for the housing, and the sewer and the water for the whole project. I would have to put septic in for the store. But everything other than that, I do have a written letter from the department to get both of those. So I want to make that clear. Secondary thing I do have is that there is a 10-foot right-of-way, and we've always planned to make that a walkway So the public would not have to walk on the highway. They could walk directly across with a 10-foot right away, right onto a sidewalk, and cutting that whole time away, walking all the way around that whole thing. But there's a 10-foot easement that we're planning to sidewalk and walk it right to a sidewalk. That's been with our plan when we were going to do this. But the main thing is that the county came to us, county employees, sat down with county employees and told us that they're going to work with us. So I purchased that property based on county employees telling me that I was going to be able to do this. And then all of a sudden they get fired and disappear. I'm standing alone. I had been told to maybe contact somebody, see who they can help you. And I contacted Zendel. And he's brought us to this point right now. But we didn't come to you guys. The county came to us with this project and then walked away from us and left us high and dry. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Dolkowski. So as I was saying, there's a lot of backstory to this, a lot of complications to this. It's pretty a sad situation, honestly. My goal and hope personally was to try to complete the project in a manner that was originally represented at the onset project. And Mr. Dolkowski has been more than willing to do that. If this was in maybe a different location, again, a half a mile up the street, I would not be involved. But how it does round out a commercial section of that area, it does seem logical based on the other elements that we had already discussed. It's on the verge. It's right there in the gray area of meeting the criteria and not. There are certain components of the CDP that it does meet as far as affordable housing and economic opportunities. Certainly, there was also an EIS done on the entire property. That there was no significant impacts, no major issues. So, overall, the project is poised for that. I do think it's important to look at this. I do think when it goes to council, there's going to be a lot of discussion and a lot of debate. I'm interested to hear the commission's side on this. But when somebody in this capacity gets handed a project like this and they pay $1.5 million for a property like this, when it's green lit to do something that they are told to be done, and the rug gets pulled out from underneath their feet, it's a pretty sad day. And so we're not saying that because we just think you should just rubber stamp it, but I think it does take some serious consideration. It should be considered, as well as the other land use elements that this project actually does meet. Again, CV zoning right to the Mackay side of it, CV zoning across the street, CV zoning in an area that has a LUPEG map of EA. How does that vary and how does that differ from this project? And we're not asking for any special exemptions, and we're also going to be doing affordable housing. And if we can get this through, then Mr. Dolkowski will also have a hardware store, which will offer another level of needed service in that area. So overall, I think it actually does help the community, obviously with mitigating measures. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, commissioners. Mr. Van Pernis.
Yes, I'd like to ask if the applicants are willing to commit to building a turn lane into their project.
Commissioner Van Pernis, I believe that further discussion to occur with DPW, and the applicants can speak to this, but as far as I'm aware, within reason, the applicants are willing to do what they need to do to allow the project to move forward and provide the necessary level of safety.
Will not commit at this point. They'll go to DPW and try to negotiate out some other resolution. I'm asking whether they will commit now in this proceeding.
Mr. Van Pernis, I personally don't think that it's appropriate for us to ask them to commit to something that they don't know about yet. I think DPW will make the determination as what is needed, and then they'll be faced with that at that time.
And I will say this, that there will need to be, prior to the hardware store going in, there will need to be a TIAR, a traffic impact analysis report. We will have traffic engineer, and they will work with DPW to, again, make sure that the project is safe.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'd like some input on this. Mr. Batusik.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the history with Waikoloa Mauka LLC, if this was part of the land where the zoning was reverted.
It was all part of that whole original project. Maya or Jeff can confirm that.
Can you give a brief discussion of what the land use boundaries were and then are now reverted to?
Jeff?
I can speak to that. The previous state land use boundary for that particular property reflected the zoning. So where you see open zoning, the general or the the state land use for the entire project, as well as Waikoloa Mauka, was rural. And so there was a pretty lengthy state land use commission reversion hearing where they ended up reverting the state land use district boundary amendment back to agriculture. And so one of the reasons why they reverted it was because the applicant, which was Waikoloa Mauka or Waikoloa Highlands, did not comply with the conditions that they were required to, one of them being affordable housing. And that became a big part of that hearing, where it was the understanding of the applicant, by giving this 11.7 acre to a nonprofit agency for the sole purpose of building affordable housing, that would comply. But as Mr. Joukowsky mentioned and Zendo mentioned, there was some things that happened that are actually, I believe, under investigation right now, and we are where we are. Currently, the state land use designation is now ag for the property. The zoning is open and rural, and the general plan reflects the zoning. There's discussion as to the whole background of this, but as far as planning goes, planning looks at it from a planning standpoint. We have certain criteria that we look out for approval or favorable recommendation or unfavorable when it comes to change of zones. We differ in our interpretation of where the general plan line lays as far as medium density. We've listed in detail as to the reasons why the planning director is recommending unfavorable.
So this,
sorry.
Okay, so this area was part of the Waikoloa Highlands, and a part of the condition of the land use boundary amendment was that this piece be built as affordable housing?
It was a requirement in the state land use as well as the change of zone to do affordable housing. The applicant ended up subdividing a portion out and transferring it to what was thought to be a nonprofit corporation. And again, that's where things got a little unclear, I might say, and it's still being looked at this point.
But that was a previous applicant, right?
Correct.
So
the land, that that transfer happened to an entity called Plumeria at Waikoloa. That entity ended up selling it to Pua Malia, which is the entity with Danny Jakowski.
Okay, so the Waikoloa Highlands, they plan for this to be the affordable housing component of their development, and therein transferred it to a nonprofit who was intended to build it. They failed in their compliance and then sold to the current applicant.
Well, I'll just say that the understanding for Waikoloa Highlands in Mauka was that when they did that transfer to that particular nonprofit corporation, that they complied with their affordable housing agreement. Again, there's been questions as to whether the legality of that transfer. And then that particular entity ended up selling it to Mr. Jakowski.
I think I got that part, but I guess the question is that if this area was previously designated to be affordable housing, and then the reason that the previous development zoning and land use boundaries had to be reverted was because this area was not completed with affordable housing.
There was a number of factors. This was just one of those.
Right.
So they didn't just look at this particular condition, but this condition was a big part.
Yeah, there was a host of conditions that were not met, and I totally understand that. But you know, the fact that the community benefit component in creating affordable housing in this area was one of the critical factors in reverting the zoning means that having affordable housing in this area is important to the community. I would love to know more about the history of the document, if there's any documentation from housing and indicating what the discussions were like on the county level, because you know, hearing the testimony, it seems like the applicants are in a very tough spot because of kind of lack of communication, perhaps from the county government.
So this, another question that might be need to look at is, if this is an affordable housing project, is there still the opportunity to go through a 201H project, which was originally proposed, versus zoning?
Right.
And if I could dive.
Go ahead, Tim.
Well, thank you so much. Commissioner Batusik, something really funky happened between that community component of having 80-something affordable units for Highlands being transferred to that nonprofit to being sold for profit to my clients. Obviously, the clients are still willing to comply with as much of the affordable housing as they possibly can. So it's kind of a compromise situation. It's really funky. I refrain from adding in a bunch of background stuff into the report just to kind of try to keep it clean and this discussion here, because this obviously doesn't look well on the county level. And again, I think it's a trying one that's right on the verge.
Thank you.
I actually did speak to the original consultant that negotiated that 80-something units, and he said he didn't even know what happened. He's like, something really, really funky happened from that time it transferred, supposedly go to the nonprofit and through.
Okay.
Is there any records of the agreements with housing that we can look at?
I'll let Mr. Jolkowski speak to that. I do know there's some ongoing investigations that I don't really know much about, but Mr. Jolkowski.
Everybody who was working with that project with me is now gone. They've been released from the county. I can't go deep. Whatever I talked with the FBI, I can't. It's being worked on. That's all I know. And
We've talked with the FBI, and as of now, we are still not allowed to talk about everything that happened.
we can't name names.
We can't name anything until after they finalize their investigation.
Fair enough, but I mean, is there anything in writing from these agencies? I mean, you know, verbal agreements are one thing, but having agreements.
I've actually sat down and I have papers with a county employee's name on it and stuff who helped me do all the affordable housing papers. And the reason why I did what I did, so I have to explain why I've done. I wasn't asking for money for this project. And so I said I needed to sell these lots off. And at that time, I was talking to some people with the medical from Waimea to maybe putting a clinic in there because they didn't have an area, and this would have been a good area for a clinic. So that's what we were planning to do with that whole group of deals, and with those 5 lots. I have to sell those for help to put into infrastructure because once I got my cost, it was tremendous. It was high. And so I figured I'd sell these lots off to help us with the cost of putting the infrastructure in and making the affordable housing stay affordable housing instead of making it getting very expensive. So the only thing I have is what I worked with the county and stuff. And I have a lot of papers here. If I was there, I would show you guys some of the stuff, but because we're not there, it's very difficult. But I worked in many meetings with different people with the county that we met and talked at the county building when they were in that older building next to the river there. We had many meetings there. I would have to fly out, 2-day notice, and fly out there and sit down and have another meeting and stuff. And so I thought everything was good. They told me to finish off the affordable housing. I said, I was supposed to meet with the individual. I flew out there and nobody showed up, whatever. And then I called him and he says, I'm no longer with the county. And I said, what? You know, you told me to fly out here. And he says, things happen. And from that point on, I don't know what happened. I really don't know. We done everything what we were asked to do over and above what I wanted to do, because I said, let's insure this thing before I start doing prints, and all this stuff is very, very costly. If you've done any of this stuff, you understand what I'm talking about. And I was kept telling you, do more. And I did it. And to then be put off to the side like I've done something wrong, I'm hoping to get this taken care of because we haven't done nothing wrong.
Can you remind me, for the record, what your name is?
Danny Jakolski.
Okay, you're Danny.
I'm Danny. This is Jacob.
I'm Jake.
Jake, got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
And so, Commissioner Batusik, there is actual paperwork document to demonstrate this story.
Very good. Thank you. Do I get the sense that the director has a comment? If you want to unmute, go ahead.
Hi. So I really have to caution that in these misdeeds that might have occurred, it did not, none of the current planning staff were involved in this. I'd really caution that if there were some misdeeds, the remedies should be sought somewhere else. It shouldn't be like litigated here at Planning Commission. We have a application and we should review it for those merits. And so I really caution that as sympathetic as we can be that there might have been promises made from other departments, it shouldn't change our recommendation in terms of from a zoning aspect. That's all I have to say.
Fair enough. Thank you. Max, go ahead. Unmute, Max.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and I apologize if I'm not finding it in the documents here. So I've heard towards the affordable component, Can we be specific what we're speaking about? I heard 80, and then how many units on this proposal? I see 9 building lots, but can I get confirmation of what this affordable component is?
There's 32, there's
Again,
basically,
towards the percentage of AMI or units.
Go ahead, Danny.
there's 32 units. Some are duplexes, most of them are townhouses, 4 units. They're all affordable housing. That's the way we had set it aside as all affordable housing. And then we also, when we were talking, they asked me to put a small room in for a meeting room. I agreed to that. I agreed to everything. All the cul-de-sacs meet the fire. I met with the fire department. They said they all met their specs on the cul-de-sacs and stuff. We have 2 cul-de-sacs in it. We've done, like I said, we've done what we were asked to do.
Thank you,
But
Mr.
that's
Jankowski. And so to confirm, 32 units,
32 units. Yes.
some are quads and some are duplexes?
Yeah, some are because the areas are too small to put anything larger in. Mainly to get the parking, because they wanted me to get the extra parking in.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see where it runs in towards the triangle side that there's, I just wanted to confirm the units and the, for that clarity. That's all I have.
Oh, thank you.
At this time.
Anything? Okay.
And just on that too, the applicant would be obviously happy to put that in writing, committing to it. The last thing we want to do is say we're going to do something like that and that not happen.
Thank you. Alex?
Just a couple of things to clarify. The easement that Mr. Jolkowski spoke of is a utility easement. It's not an access easement. So that would have to be rewritten, and an access agreement would have to be coordinated between the property owners. So that's definitely not. And number 2, Buffalo Plaza is building currently in the process of building a hardware store. So Mr. Jolkowski's would be the second hardware store in this area.
On that response, the hardware store that's going in down below is more of a smaller convenience type item without lumber and actual real heavy duty building materials. Mr. Jokowski would actually be providing more of a building material type of a hardware store. So while they're similar in nature, they would be supplying different components. And again, this project was slated for over 80 affordable units. The impact from this would be of similar nature.
Thank you. Alex, I know that you said that they didn't have commitments for water and sewer, and I know that Mr. Jokowski said that they do have a letter. And in my background report, I do have a letter from Hawaii Water Service dated January 6th that says that they are within the existing service territories and that they...
Yeah, for water, but all the infrastructure has to be built. And wastewater, there is none. Absolutely, there's no system. In fact, the system, the area has to be approved, and the expansion area to include this has to be approved by the PUC. And while it's great that the private entity provided a letter saying they would pursue that, they still have a long way to go to get PUC approval to expand their service area and then develop that wastewater system for commercial development and the 32 unit apartment complex. So yeah, I mean, water is available and based on, but the other concern that we have because of commercial activities, it's hard to say how much water would be necessary. You know, there are many different ways that you could use water. Some would be more or less. So without knowing specifics, I don't think anybody could say how much water is necessary for this entire development of the 11.707 acres.
Thank you. Anybody else? Faye or Perry, do you have any input here?
Max is raising his hand, Chair.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Max. Go ahead.
Hi. So, towards Zendo's comments regarding the commercial aspect, being the hardware store, construction supply, is there a, is it conceptual? Are you looking to partner with like Pacific Source or regarding construction materials, things of that nature?
I'll let Dan,
Or is it
Mr. Jokowski. Mr. Jokowski is currently a hardware store operator, and I'll let him speak to those particulars.
I just to give a little background on me, I've been self-employed for 42 years. I've been a general contractor quite a few years. In the last 24 years, I have 2 lumber yards, one in Cook, Minnesota, the other one in Tower, Minnesota. They're both True Value stores. I have a full commitment with True Value. We're more leaning towards what I call ACE. I'll be honest, because I've checked them out. I wouldn't be doing this unless I know a little bit about people I work with and stuff. They're more, I would say, a craft store, where I would be more into for a contractor to come in to actually be able to do a project, a plumbing project, especially irrigation. That's really big in that area. Theirs is a 4-foot area. Ours would be a 16 or 20-foot area. So it would be more of an area covering that department. That's what our stores are known for. We're more of a destination. True Value calls them destination True Values. Ours is, I'll be honest with you, it's more a design around women. Women tend to do more shopping than men these days going out. So we kind of like design this more for ladies and stuff to come in. We have a housewares. We have a auto, but it's not like starters and stuff. It's just the stuff you use every day. Oils, lubrication, stuff like that. But also would have tires for your golf cart or something. So it covers more of an area. Ours is, and I do have the layout of everything. I'm glad to send you guys how it's laid out. The other thing too, I have to make correction. For some reason, somebody has the store turned the wrong way on that layout, that first layout you guys gave us. It doesn't, it's not that way. It's actually the parking is as you drive in. For some reason, it got turned, and we are not in, I call it the waterway. We are not in the waterway. I had that surveyed, where is it? Out of Kona. But that was all surveyed in to make sure we're not
disrupting the waterway.
We're not
messing with the waterway.
We're not touching that.
It's staying the way it is. We're not moving it. We're not redirecting it. We're building around the waterway.
Yes. So we want to make that clear. So.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the clarity, Mr. Jolkowski. I know it's been something that's been proposed for a long time to have something of this nature in South Kohala. And just so I know, you are intending to also have building materials?
Not really into deep in lumber. We'll have some 2x4s, 1x stuff, but not deep in lumber. We are supplying all the lumber, and we do have this all set up through True Value. We were going to supply all the lumber for the homes, only to reduce the cost of the homes, saving us about $800,000 by supplying our own. And actually, when somebody else that was talking to us that is supposed to be doing some affordable housing on the other side, all of a sudden became really interested and says, that's kind of like really nice that you can do this. I said, but it's for our project and stuff like that. It's just to keep the cost down. You know, we become the middleman, and we don't have to go so deep into raising the cost of the goods and stuff like that, and trying to keep the cost of goods down. More just taking our cost and bringing it over to the housing, trying to keep the cost down. And that's why we need to do the hardware store first, so we could do the housing to keep the cost down. Because, like you know, right now everything is so high, and we're dealing right now in Minnesota. Cost of goods are almost doubled now in lumber, and so to try to keep the cost down is trying to, you know, have us supply the materials other than going through different vendors. And
thank you. I appreciate the clarity. Thank you, sir.
Just one moment, please. All right.
Quick question, and I'm sorry if I missed it in the background report, but when did you acquire this property?
I closed on May 10th, 2018.
Oh,
So we have a clear title. It went through a title company. We did everything correct. We had to look at my personal lawyer looked at it, see no faults in it and stuff like that, but
So
we
can
did everything correct. That's all I can say.
so can the county tell me what the zoning was at the time
Ag,
of that acquisition in 2018? It was already ag at that point?
correct.
I'm a little puzzled as to how affordable housing was designated for that area with the current zoning, but go ahead, Jeff.
So the reversion happened, I think, just at near the end of 2018 and beginning of 2019. So the property was zoned state land use rural, and the county zoning is as it is now, open and rural. The reason why there was affordable housing and even commercial being proposed is because they were going through a 201H project, which gives the opportunity to have certain exemptions as well as allowances, such as to identify the zoning you need for that particular type of project.
Very good, thank you.
Is there a reason that the reversion occurred in 2019 after they acquired the property, or was that something just that was kind of just a circumstantial timing issue?
Well, again, as we were talking about earlier, there was a transfer of the property from Waikoloa Highlands to an entity, and that entity ended up selling it to Mr. Chakowski. That timing happened before the reversion of the state land use designation.
But the reversion was already in the works at the time, or is that something that occurred post transition?
I can't recall exactly when the reversion started. I believe there was, it began and there was some delays in going forward with the hearing, but the hearing actually occurred near the end of 2018, beginning of 2019.
All right, commissioners, any more comments or questions? Mike?
Yeah, my last question. So if this goes through and you have the zoning and the land use boundaries and you're able to complete the project, who would be developing it?
From my understanding, Mr. Jokowski would be developing it.
I had to push the button, I'm sorry. We have contacted different contractors. By now they're long gone. So we'd have to start over again because this has been over a year and a half from the time we had everything in order to where we are today.
Yeah. Let me
it has to be started over again.
Yeah, Danny, one second. So a lot of times what happens is that somebody will say we're going to do affordable housing, and what they'll do is they'll get the land entitled for that affordable housing, and then they'll sell it to a nonprofit or turn it over to a nonprofit to actually develop that housing. But our understanding is that you would actually be, whether you be hiring contractors to do the work, but you guys would actually be the developers that own the land and build the affordable housing, as well as infrastructure, etc. It also should be noted that those smaller CV lots would provide an opportunity for small business owners like a dentist or somebody like that to actually be able to have a lot and build a small commercial establishment on it, which is pretty hard to find in Waikoloa. Everything is pretty large scale in that regard, so you're forced to rent. So they would be the developers.
Thank you. Anything else? Say, hi, go ahead.
I just have a question. Should this project go forward, are you going to be building the doing the infrastructure and building the hardware store first before you get to the housing? And are you going to be bringing in all of the supplies after you build this hardware store to build the affordable housing? Everybody talks about affordable housing. To me, it always seems that they're saying affordable housing so that everybody will jump on it, because of course we want affordable housing. But my question is, are you going to do the infrastructure, build your hardware store, and is the materials coming in through your hardware store to build this affordable housing?
Go ahead, Mr. Jokowski.
Yes, I actually did a deal that I handed in. Tim Richardson had a meeting at planning, and I gave a whole list of how we were going to do it. And instead, I'd like to, I'll just read it out to you. First thing is to have the property rezoned and subdivided. The next phase would be to do the infrastructure, the grading, roads that are necessary would be the next phase. So we'd be doing just infrastructure until the infrastructure is completed. The next would be being allowed to start looking at being able to sell the 5 lots so we can start creating some more revenue. I do have some money to work with, but cost is up there. So the next thing, phase 4, would be building a store and getting it open. Then to complete the rest of the infrastructure into the housing part of it. And then would be starting phase 6, would be starting the duplexes and the fourplexes for the housing. And that's the way it was set up. That's the way it was given to the county when we had a meeting with the county prior to leaving the island back in, I believe it was in February, end of February, 1st of March, right in that period of time. And I gave them this whole thing laid out. Everything's laid out, basically how we were going to do this, all the drawings, everything. And I can send you guys or anybody these copies. The county should have them. I gave a copy to everybody in planning that I met with. And so they should have this at the county level. But this lays out the whole project. Step for step. No, so.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, well, I can see why there's a lot of frustration for you folks. I can see why Zendo thought that this would be an acceptable project based on its proximity to and closeness to the main intersection. It just sounds like there's more complications than meets the eye. And as far as your potential legal issues, Mr. Jokowski, I don't want to get into any of the details of that, but do you have any sense of how long that might take to get things resolved? Go ahead.
I talked to the FBI agent, and he said at this time it's not completed at this point in time. I asked if they needed any more information or anything. He said at this time we're good. I had to meet with them for 5 hours. They questioned me, questioned everybody who was involved with it. It was a long meeting. It was a stack of paper that was over a foot. He had questions for each one, and I had to answer these questions. And afterwards, he told me, he said that he thought he said this stuff must be fresh on your mind because I was answering stuff from 2014 when this all came about and when I met these people with the county that I worked with. So this was started back in 2014. Okay. So, and I backed away from the whole project, and I thought it was all over with. I was all done with it. Because I originally worked with them when they were going to do all that housing. If you would see that one drawing that I think the gentleman up on the house, Christian, you had that one drawing and you had that one piece that was missing. That was originally the piece that we were supposed to have. And the whole project fell apart and we thought it was all over with. And for 5, 6, 7 months, we heard nothing of nobody. And all of a sudden I ended up on the island and the county employee chases me down and says, hey, that piece of property is available if you want to buy it. And because we can't do nothing with it or whatever. And I didn't jump on it right away. It took us some time. And that was probably his first or second week of January. And we made them do things. We made a check for bombs. We had them check for all the stuff, make sure there was no historical things on it. They had done all that stuff for us because that was part of the agreement that we didn't want no surprises. And we ended up with one of the biggest surprises ever. So go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I could just make one point of clarification.
Sure, go ahead.
As far as I know, there's that investigation going on that wasn't started by Mr. Jolkowski. It's something that's occurring that I know really nothing about other than that. Mr. Jolkowski has not sought any type of legal recourse on this at this time. Our conversation has been, and this has been the whole case, I just want to do what he's telling me is, I just want to do the project.
Right.
Bought it for this. I want to do the project, and if we're not going here, then he'll have to do what he has to, is going to do. But I thought that was admirable for that type of a situation. So just wanted to make sure that we weren't crossing over legal types of issues.
Yeah. Understood. So that's why you're here. You don't feel like the legal potential is going to get in the way. You just want to get the project done.
Yeah, because whatever the investigation is, really, it wasn't. It's happening, and that's going to be what's going to be. And yeah, they just want to do the project.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Anything else, commissioners? All right. Very good. Thank you to Zendo and to Mr. Jolkowski and Father. Appreciate it. Moving on, we do not have any public testimony for this agenda item. Is that still true, Rochelle? I believe so.
I'm sorry, Nancy, somebody had called. What did you say?
We have no public testimony for this agenda item, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Well, with that, I'd like to move toward a motion.
Chair, just a reminder that you need to do one for the state land use and one for the rezone.
Understood. Yes, understood. Thank you. We would start with the state land use, I believe. If we can. Max?
Yeah, this is it's a little deeper than I thought we were going to get into as far as a situation. As a fellow Vikings fan, it's always good to meet another one. It seems unfortunate looking at everything in front of us today, despite the tragedy of thinking you have something to move forward. I think others can contend that 1.5 million for 11 acres in that location is a great price. But you need to be able to do something with it. And, before I move with the motion, I would just like to say, I think I myself would feel a lot more comfortable having the county on board with something like this. And the fact that they're not, I don't think is anything nefarious by any means. It's just maybe a few things need to be discussed. With that said, I have a hard time looking at anything that would be anything but unfavorable.
Are you making a motion or not?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion for SLU 2053. I move that an unfavorable recommendation be forwarded to the County Council on the applicant's request for a state land use boundary amendment from agricultural to urban for 11.707 acres of land based on the planning director's recommendation I'd also like to make a motion for REZ 241. I move that an unfavorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on the applicant's request for a change of zone from open and residential and agriculture 1 acre to a village commercial CB10 zoning district based on the planning director's recommendation.
Thank you, Max. Is there a second to that? Faye?
Yes, I second the motion.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor by Mr. Newberg and a second and Ms. Yates. Discussion time, folks? Go ahead, Mike.
Sure. I can understand where Commissioner Newberg is coming from. I feel like we're in a really tough position again because of a perceived lack of consensus building between the applicant and the county. I can definitely see the applicant's perspective on why commercial development may be appropriate in that area, given that you're on the corner of an intersection that's entirely surrounded by commercial development. That being said, I don't necessarily think that we have enough information to fully assess the current project. And I'm a guy who's never really comfortable adding conditions that it can be done later on. I'd want to have all that information up front in order to really assess the impact of adding commercial development into that area. I wish that the county and the applicant could take more time and try to coordinate a better consensus on how that can move forward with county support. But as it is now, I would have to agree with Commissioner Newberg.
Mr. Kealoha? We're discussing the motion on the table, right?
Yeah, so I'd like to kind of echo what's been said. When I look at the timeline, when the applicant stepped into this project in 2014, there was a rezone ordinance number 1329, which was for timing of final subdivision approval. So when the applicant stepped into this, I can see where they thought they had a green light and how things changed. So I suspect that there was fraud on someone's part along the way. Having said that, as the planning director mentioned, this is not the place to litigate any fraud that might have taken place, and it's unfortunate, but I don't think we have an option other than an unfavorable motion as well.
I would, if I could interject on that one, I believe the addition of the commercial zoning is new. I believe the previous zoning of rural and, potentially residential would have allowed for the affordable housing component, but I think that the new component we're addressing here is that commercial aspect. And correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
Mr. Van Pernis?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chair. To put it simply, this application is not ready for prime time. Maybe later, maybe with all the bases covered, the applicant needs to cover all the bases, not blame someone else. He needs to do it all himself. So I would join in the previous statements.
Jeff, I'd just like to finish with the commissioners if I could, please. Faye, do you have any comments?
No.
No? Okay. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity, that In these types of situations where we have two applications, we normally will take them separately. So although we have a motion on the floor for two applications, we really should be focusing on one at a time. And then, resolve one motion and then move on to the next motion.
Understood. Understood. I have a real hard time supporting an unfavorable recommendation here. I'm not saying that it's ready for favorable, but I wouldn't support the motion right now. I would rather see some other type of action taken to extend and revisit, but I won't be supporting the motion. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mike.
I agree with you there. I believe that the option of deferral is always a possibility. Is that something that the applicants would be okay with, or is it a hard and fast, we need an answer today?
Sendo?
Thank you, and thank you all for the consideration on this. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jolkowski, but we've been open to having a discussion and dialogue and working through these, and I have personally been on this for over a year with multiple meetings with the planning department, trying to find a balance. I think it's also understood why we haven't, Mr. Jolkowski hasn't invested significant more amounts of money on some of these things that might help it when a department is, kind of adamantly against it at the moment and with already the outlay of cash. So to put it simply, our side has been open to figuring something out that can be supported and favorable and work well for the community and have a general all around win-win. Without question.
That would be the goal.
That's without question, or I would not be here.
Yeah. All right. Any other discussion? So I guess we have a motion on the table.
See, Mr. Newberg, sorry.
Go ahead, Max.
And again, we're looking at, to echo Mr. Vitusa's comments. It seems like it's been a difficult road for you, Mr. Jolkowski, already. Through this, we're not trying to discourage you in moving forward, but what we have in front of us to date just seems slightly incomplete. It would be, I think, speaking for the entire island, is that we are in need of affordable housing, and I don't think it would ever be our intent to say no to that. So, hopefully further discussions can be made and move forward at some capacity. Thank you.
All right. So we need to vote on the motion that's on the table, correct, Jay?
Yes, that's correct. So, there are two motions on the table. So you could specify voting on the first motion, which is the SLU 20-53, and then take a second vote on the rezoning.
All right. Very good. Staff, can we go ahead with a roll call vote for SLU 20-000003?
Commissioner.
Unmute, please.
Aye.
Commissioner Yates.
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis,
Aye.
Commissioner Vatusek,
Nay.
and Chair Carr Smith.
Nay.
Okay, the vote is 4-2, aye. Okay, on to rezone -20-241. Commissioner Newberg,
Aye.
Commissioner Yates,
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha,
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis,
Aye.
Commissioner Vatusek,
Nay.
and Chair Carr Smith.
Nay.
Again, 4-2, aye. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Thank you all for your
yeah.
consideration, and
Yeah.
everybody be safe, be well.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. You'll be notified in writing. All right, very good. Best of luck, Mr. Jabkowski.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you folks can log off so we can move on. How about a little break here? It's 11:22. Let's take, would you like a 10-minute break? Does that sound good? Or 5?
10 minutes should be good.
10
That way.
minutes, okay. Let's be back here at 11:32.
Can you please mute your microphones and turn off your cameras? Thank you.
I'm saying going forward. Oh, know that, there we go. Okay, so then, so if that's.
Hi, Mr. Wong Yun, is that you?
Yes.
Just
Rochelle,
checking here. Okay, I can
Wong.
hear you guys. Okay, great. So they're gonna just take about a 10-minute break. So
Okay.
we'll just, if you don't mind, turn off your camera and mic, and then they'll be back.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello there. Hello.
Hi, Janice. I see you and hear you. Oh, wait, I don't hear you. Wait, unmute. Great.
Hey, do
Janice?
you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you now.
Good. Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
So they're gonna come back in about 10 minutes or a little less.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there other testifiers?
Hold on, Jeff. I'll talk to you. There's a few.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll put you on hold. Okay.
All right,
Thank
great.
you.
Thanks.
Okay, wait, I gotta get, I don't know why Ken Bamberg is back on. Let me tell him to get off. Okay. How long? Oh. Ken? Ken?
Yeah.
Do you mind if we ask you to reconnect when your guys' application comes up? Because this is the airport one.
Oh.
You're not yet.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, we're up. Sorry, got excited for a second.
Okay. Yeah, so hang
All right.
on and I'll let you know, but you can also watch in that YouTube link too. So
Yeah. So maybe like 5-10 minutes?
I think that we're gonna start again, but I don't know how long it's gonna take.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, I'll
Okay.
disconnect. Bye.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
How are we doing here? I think we need. Noriko guys, back on.
Noriko will be on shortly with Commissioner Van Pernis and Commissioner Yates.
Very good, thank you.
Ask me to do this. If I have something like this, I have to call my daughter.
Okay, we're here.
Very good. Do we have a
Are we
director?
heard? Is the airport deal next?
Alex, is the director with you or with Jeff or on his own? Don't know, okay. We'll wait for him. Aloha to all of you new faces on the screen.
Aloha.
Thanks for joining us. Was that your voice, Janice?
What's that?
That was your voice. We can hear you
Yes,
now.
it was. That is my
Okay,
voice.
good. Very
Aloha.
good.
Aloha.
Aloha. Just waiting for the director and then we'll get started.
He should be coming up.
I'm here,
Oh, there he is.
present.
Okay, just no video, but that's. Sorry, there's so many tiny little boxes that it's sometimes takes a little while to find you. So Director, you're under the MY without video, is that correct? Or are you going to Jeff's?
Correct. So I'm Michael Yee without video. Whenever I need to speak, I'll jump on somebody else's computer that has a camera.
Very good. All right. It's 11:36 and we're calling the meeting back to order. Agenda item number 3 is initiated by the planning director. An ordinance amending chapter 25 of the zoning code, articles 1 and 5 of the Hawaii County Code 1983, the 2016 edition as amended relating to primary airports. The purpose of these amendments is to establish a land use called primary airports by adding a definition, identifying accessory land uses, and adding the land use as permitted use within the county's limited industrial and general industrial zoning districts. Alex, I believe you're going to provide the presentation on this. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Today I'm presenting the Planning Director initiated amendment to Chapter 25 of the Zoning Code, Article 1 and Article 5 relating to primary airports. The Planning Director is initiating an amendment to the Zoning Code relating to primary airports. The only reference in the Zoning Code currently that refers to an airport type use is listed as airfields, heliports, and private landing strips. Additionally, these uses are not defined in the zoning code and do not mention any accessory uses, such as a hotel, that may be normally associated with an airport. This amendment will alter and amend the definition of, or create the definition of primary airport in the definition section of the zoning code as defined by the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration. Also included in the definition is a general list of accessory land uses that are normally associated with what's called the primary airport. So to define, primary airport means a publicly owned airport that has more than 10,000 passenger boardings each calendar year, as defined by the FAA. Now, standard accessory uses for the primary airports include retail establishments, shopping, duty-free, dining, rentals, automobile rentals, businesses, businesses that service the airport, offices, conference centers, and hotels. Common uses we have all seen at airports, especially rural airports across America. The accessory uses must be located on publicly owned lands and support airport operations. So that's key. This amendment will define primary airport in the definition section of the zoning code, as I just defined above. The county has 2 international airports. Of course, we know Hilo and Kona. Hilo is situated within the county's limited industrial or ML zoning district, while the Kona International Airport is within the general industrial or MG zoning district. So both are on publicly owned lands. These airports are constantly expanding and require the need to provide additional services to meet that expansion. Currently, there is a number of accessory land uses associated with the primary airports, but that are not permitted. Within these that aren't permitted within the limited industrial and the general industrial zoning districts. So retail establishments, automobile rentals, which are not permitted in MG, offices, business, personal. So the main reason, or the primary reason for this amendment, is to bring these uses in line with the zoning code. The secondary reason for this amendment is that the county has received a request from the Department of Transportation, so the State Department, State DOT Airports Division, to allow for conference centers and for overnight accommodations, i.e. a hotel, to support airport operations. So that support of airport operations means airport personnel, visitors, stranded passengers, and this, of course, is primarily for the Kona International Airport. A hotel conference center is identified at the Kona International Airport in their current master plan, which was updated in 2010. The master plan states that many airports support hotels on site in support of flight crews and overnight stays for passengers traveling early the next day. Additionally, FAA regulations require rest periods for pilots between flights, and the distance between an available hotel can affect flight scheduling. So if they have to drive all the way into Kona, so the idea is that this would provide one of those areas for the flight crews on site, so they wouldn't have to travel. Okay, lastly, this new primary airport land use, along with its accessory uses, will be added as a permitted use only within the county's ML and MG zoning districts. So and then the requirement along that, that plan approval must be secured by the planning director. So this means an applicant will need to submit plans to the planning department for plan approval prior to any expansion of accessory uses, including the conference center or the hotel. Plan approval review will allow the planning director to approve this request, including the requested accessory uses. Additionally, it'll allow the planning director to review and approve the associated elements of each of the use, such as the height of the hotel, the amount of rooms, parking, setbacks, landscaping, etc. Here is a shot of the Hilo International Airport zoning. You can see that the airport is primarily within the ML20 zoning district. But for you, here's the Ellison Onizuka Kona International Airport, which is, you can see both open and the general industrial MG 1 acre, MG 1A. We received a number of comments that people were concerned that this would impact the conservation district. So I've included a map of the conservation district in blue. Urban is orange or red, depending on your computer, and the agricultural zoning district is in green. So as you can see, the urban district encompasses the entire airport area. Anything that's in the conservation district is not included. We have no authority, and so it would be a moot point that this would affect the conservation district because it can't, it cannot. The county has no authority. The DLNR manages and regulates through the Office of Conservation and Coastal Lands, the conservation district. So this is not going to go in the conservation district because it wouldn't be allowed. It would only be allowed in the urban zone area that has appropriate county zoning, such as ML, or in this case, MG, for the Kona Airport. So the planning director is recommending that BC submit a favorable recommendation to the Hawaii County Council in support of the planning director's initiated primary airports. And that ends my presentation.
You're muted, Nancy.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Max. Director Yi, did you have any comments at this point?
No comments right now.
All right. Any questions, Commissioner, for the staff? Mike? Go ahead.
Are there any plans that would depict where the proposed hotel would be located on the 2010 master plan?
I actually had that conversation with Jeff yesterday, and there was a map, very preliminary map that was brought forth that indicated it would be kind of on the, I guess we'd be looking at the map, the eastern side of the lower eastern portion of that urban zoned area. But the plan is definitely not set in stone. And in fact, the planning department had many issues with that, one of which was the coordination with the development of the conservation district, which requires, of course, DLNR or a state land use boundary amendment. So at present, there's no real solid location other than within the urban zone or MG zoned area, but I haven't seen any specifics. Now we have a testifier I know that may speak to that plan, so you may be able to ask more about that. But right now, there's nothing set.
I guess that would kind of answer the question about how soon it's likely to occur. It seems like it's totally conceptual at this point. This is just taking care of some zoning issues, and there's not like actual plans in place that this is intending to accomplish. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. This is an attempt to bring the zoning and the code and the allowable uses in line with what is commonly found at these types of airports, which is
also in part with what's already occurring there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And I want to note that while there are other ML and MG zoned lands, they won't be allowed to follow that unless they're considered a primary airport, which means that they have to have that 10,000 person per year situation. So yeah. Kona and Hilo would be the only places this could possibly work. And then ultimately, Kona is the one that it's being looked at as more necessary.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Pernis?
Thank you. Would you tell me, Christian, more about how the hotel deal works? I understand from your presentation that all accessory uses have to be on public land. So does that mean hotel pays rent to the state or county or what? First of all, am I right that it has to be on public land?
I'm not sure how to answer. I don't know what requirements would be, maybe Jeff or Director Yee could answer that. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that for you.
Presentation
Jeff,
say public land?
Mr. Van Pernis, Jeff's going to try to respond to your question.
So the lands that we're looking at currently with the public, where the airports are publicly owned. If there are businesses on there, that's probably paying some sort of rent or lease using that public land. But I believe we have representatives from the Department of Transportation's Airport Division that will be able to answer how they work with those particular entities. Thank you.
We'll wait for that testimony then. Anything else, commissioners? Or Max, go ahead.
I don't know if this mirrors Mr. Van Pernis's question, but would the lands that could be used commercially, should it be a hotel, should it be eateries, what have you, being that it would be on public land, would those buildings be subject to Davis-Bacon in regards to their construction?
Jeff?
I think we should defer that to the representatives from the Department of Transportation in regards to that. Thank you.
Very good. All right. Staff or director, is Mr. Ewan's presence considered public testimony or part of the presentation or what?
That would be public testimony.
All right. Very good. So if I see this correctly, we have Chauncey Wong Ewan, Craig Biscard, Janice Palmaglenny, Melvin Mason Jr. And is that the extent of our public testifiers for this agenda item? Or is Randall a part of this as well?
Hi, this is Michelle. Randall is not, I believe, but Shannon Rudolph should be, but she got disconnected, so we're waiting for her to rejoin.
All right.
But in the meantime, Janice does need to leave soon, so either Shanti or Janice could go first.
All right. I'd like to swear you all in at one time, if that's all right with you. If you don't mind raising your right hand, folks that I mentioned. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter before the Leeward Planning Commission?
Do.
Thank you. All right, we'll let Janice go ahead and begin, and then she can drop off. Go ahead, Janice.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, tell us who you are and where you're from, and try to limit it to around 3 minutes if you can, please.
Aloha, commissioners. My name is Janice Palmaglenny. I'm testifying on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation's Kona Kai'ea chapter today. I live in Kailua Kona. Our mission is to protect and enjoy oceans and waterways. Our concern with the proposed zoning changes are the impacts that they'll have on our state's waters and other natural and cultural resources, especially in those, especially if those changes include a hotel and conference center. As environmental attorney David Kimo Frankel wrote in his testimony to you and the planning director regarding this proposal, quote, the Kona coastline should remain free from urbanization to the maximum extent possible, unquote. In fact, that's what 90% of thousands of Kona Community Development Plan stakeholders said at years-long charrettes and hearings that led to the creation of the CDP, which is county law. Keeping development mouth of the highway protects water quality and scenic vistas, points also resoundingly agreed upon by residents during each of the landmark development battles our community has fought and won over several decades, some within a stone's throw of the airport. Protected public lands like O'oma, a conservation zone treasure whose protection was won after 20 years of community struggle, sit adjacent or less than a mile from the airport. O'oma is now thankfully protected as a county park, but because of lack of management funding, its natural resources are threatened. This is also true of Keikahakai State Park, which is on the airport's north boundary, and it's true of many others. Yet oddly, we're discussing the possibility of building a hotel in that area despite not knowing how big it might be and what impacts it will have. Why would we risk such precious resources when many hotels have occupancy as low as 10% and only seasonally full? Wouldn't it be better to focus on more immediate public needs and support existing accommodations built on resort zoned lands instead of changing county code to accommodate hotels where they aren't allowed? There are huge costs associated with urbanizing the Kona coastline, many whose dollar values are difficult to determine. Potable water is precious. From where will this project obtain it? Toxic runoff onto nearshore reefs that feed our people and economy and keep Hawaiian culture alive is also a threat. And wastewater treatment is the boogeyman of West Hawaii. How will the extra development affect these critical resources whose values are incalculable? Kona isn't like most major airports, and normally means not always in relation to amenities. We're not Denver or San Francisco. We're a dead-end facility, and it's safe to say many people like it that way. Short intentional layovers don't happen here, and relatively few occur due to weather or other issues. And travel to a hotel in West Hawaii often takes less time than one close to the San Francisco airport. This rare need, as it's called, doesn't seem dire enough to throw millions of taxpayer dollars away when our financial resources have been ravaged by COVID-19 and past volcanic eruptions. Frankly, we see this plan as a nose under the tent of coastal hotel development. After tremendous sacrifice and hard-won success, stopping so many huge development debacles, Kona residents have a hard time feeling confident that more of the same aren't the focus of the powers that be when this is one of the first large projects being zeroed in on by our county and state during the pandemic. And with so many regional needs and government coffers running dry, it's mystifying that this is the project our overworked, underfunded planning department is focusing upon. If we've learned lessons from the past and current hard times, it seems like our leaders would see the madness of putting more eggs into the tourism basket. One other concern we have is that people generally want to see successful agencies with great track records taking on more responsibility. Why would we entrust an agency to manage an expanded airport facility when it allowed the Honolulu airport to degrade into North America's third worst? And I have one comment that wasn't in my testimony from what planning said. Despite the project not being in conservation land directly, it certainly will affect conservation lands that are adjacent to it. And as far as building a quarantine hotel at the airport, we have plenty of hotels that can be used, especially when there's a pandemic, which creates even lower occupancy. And to close, with all of these concerns and more, we ask the committee members parse the land use and financial needs of our residents in a different light than those in these proposed zoning amendments. We hope that you and the planning department will focus on more sustainable, diverse, less tourism dependent projects, especially ones that don't sit precariously close to our special hard-won places and our delicate coastline. Mahalo for your time, and thank you so much for letting me go before other speakers.
Thank you very much, Janice. Appreciate it. All right, let's move on. Mr. Ewing and Mr. Biscard, do you folks want to be next? And please let us know your name and where you're calling in from and what your position is, please. And unmute, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
are we good now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, terrific. Thank you, Chair Carr, Smith, members. Thank you so much for allowing us to contribute this morning. My name is Chauncey Wong Yuen. Real quickly, I'm a Big Island boy, born in Hilo, but raised in Kona. I graduated from Kona High School. I count amongst my mentors the original environmentalists that were here on this coast, folks like Alice Greenwell and who took us up into the mountains, and Zaley Sutherland, my teachers. We're talking about John Wahine Kapo, my Scoutmaster, who taught us the values of the Scout Law. So these lands on which this airport sits are near and dear to me. In fact, before this airport was an airport, I grew up in Kailua, having walked as a scout from Palani Road all the way to what now is the existing Honokohau Harbor at IOPO Fish Trap, where we camped during the summer. So I'm just saying all of this to let you know that, you know, we're not making decisions or looking at planning and development from a statewide point of view. So as we're looking at this development, I've been here 50 years, all 50 years of it. I started working here at this airport in 1970. I was a kid then, 16 years old, working for my dad with the Gray Line Corporation. I joined Hawaiian Airlines in 1973, Aloha Airlines in 1995, and I've been with the state of Hawaii since 2002. So I manage both airports in Hilo and in Kona. During that period, of course, we've seen, you know, much growth, and were it not for the pandemic, we actually had this opportunity to reset and take a look at what we're going to do with facilities in particular. Now, the advent of a hotel has been something it's been on our development plans for some time now. I mean, first, I think Janice alluded to some of the concerns about that, and I certainly understand that. First off, the hotel would serve business travelers and transit passengers that we were starting to really see an increase in as the schedules peaked before the pandemic. We certainly have overnight flight crews. We do almost all the carriers, all 6 of them that are at the airport, overnight flight crews. And those crews are traveling right now a distance between 8 miles to Kailua Town and up to 20 miles to Waikoloa to be housed and then get back to the airport. You know, Director Yee used in his presentation the word stranded. I grin and bear at that because when people are stranded at Kona Airport, I mean, I have a vision of people being left over when we've had, for instance, in March of 2018, we had a lightning strike storm here, and Kona being an open air environment, we have no protection. Yet there were no hotel rooms available for us. And we've met numerous times with Hotel Association and others to establish, you know, accommodations during that kind of period. And it's almost as if nothing short of an emergency declared by our mayor would get them to offer up, you know, ballrooms and the like in the absence of hotel rooms. A lot of times when we've called or the airlines have made you know, arrangements to try and get hotel rooms, there were none. And so I've had instances of people, in fact, the one night I remember we had 464 people hold up in our airport in rain, in lightning, because there were no hotel rooms to get them to. Now, you might say that, you know, hey, you know, what about your airport? And it's true, you know, we really do need to get to the next development of terminal development, which would allow us more enclosed facilities. But until that happens, hotels become imperative in a stranded situation. You know, hotel is nearly universal at almost all airports in the United States of our size, and even some smaller. University around the world. One of my favorite airport hotels is the one in New Zealand. When I get off the airplane and go to the baggage claim. I just continue to walk off to the Sofitel Hotel and stay overnight until I get my ride down to Tauranga or the south areas in the next morning. So it's a convenience, and it's something that our travelers and others look forward to. The other thing is businesses that come. There is a concern over our strong reliance on tourism, but when businesses start to grow again, I mean, the airport is central to accommodating those business travelers that need to get and establish new business, whether it's a return to agriculture or other business practices. The hotel is going to factor in. And we're not in direct competition with the resorts. It's not our intention to build a resort-type hotel here. We're talking about overnight accommodations of the kind that you would normally see at any airport in the United States. So, a few weeks ago, we met with the DLNR. We were concerned about coastal access that has been happening, and trying to see if we can limit that even further without encroaching on existing shoreline access rules. And so we are partnering with DLNR to look at that. We're concerned that our coastline is home to what's been, we work closely with the Marine Mammal Center. We just had a shipment that left here a few weeks ago of monk seals. Nothing pleases me more as a native Hawaiian to see the return of the monk seal to what would really be its ancestral home waters here. So, of course, and having spent nights along the fish trap at IOP and hiking from what was then Honokohau to the airport at Koloko and O'oma and beyond, I mean, I'm quite familiar with the coastline, and we as scouts did a lot of that before there was even transportation and roadways into this area. And so we're quite concerned, and also we practice the habits that our kupuna taught us about malama aina and caring. Those are just not words. They are values that have been instilled in us. And yes, we're here. We're not as vocal as some of the others in terms of environment, but we're still here. We're still here. So with that being said, I'll take on some of the questions. I think was asked earlier about Davis-Bacon. Davis-Bacon is paid on
Chauncey, excuse me. If you don't mind, if we can, we're going to keep going with our testimony, and then we'll follow back up with questions if that's okay with you.
Okay. Very good.
Okay.
Very good, Chair. Thank you.
All right.
So anyway, I think that wraps it up.
Okay.
I'll wait for questions down the road. Thank you so much.
Okay, very good. I've been asked to go to Shannon Rudolph next. Perhaps there's a timing issue as well. Shannon, are you there? Yes, Shannon, I need to swear you in. I don't believe you were on when I swore the others in. Is that correct? Can you unmute, please? Were you on when we swore in the other testifiers? Unmute, please. Can you unmute, please? Shannon, were you on when I swore in the other testifiers?
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are. Shannon, were you on when I swore in the other testifiers
Yes.
or not? You were. All right. Very good.
Yes.
Can you proceed, please, with your testimony? Try to keep it to 3 minutes if can, please.
Yeah. That you denied.
Please state your name.
Okay for conservation. Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay. Deny this it or this okay. People in Kona fought hard and long for this conservation land that's surrounding the airport. Anyone gets stranded at the airport. The closest hotels are 10 minutes away. it's not that much inconvenience. Well, that was built before the corona hit was hardly had any guests at all. It empty, and then when we had tourists and no virus, I'm concerned that area. I know that the national park has been worried about it too. They tried to do a water management. I just don't see any benefit from having a hotel out at the airport. We have so little public land around Kona for people to go to. It's just not a good idea. And I hope that you don't approve this when people can drive 10 minutes into town. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you. If you can mute yourself now, please. All right. Can we please go back to Mr. Biscard? Could you please state your name and tell us your position here?
Yes, good afternoon. My name's Craig Bisgard. I'm in the room with Chauncey here. I'm the property manager for the Kona Airport, and I'm mostly here to listen and support Chauncey, but my job would come in after the fact when we start looking for potential lessees that want to come in and do this development. I'll be there to kind of walk them through the process. And so today I'm just here with Chauncey to answer questions if I can when the time comes. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Mason, thank you for waiting patiently. Would you like to go ahead with your testimony?
Sure.
Thank you.
I guess, I actually turned in a testimony in the Windward.
Tell us who you are and what your job is as it relates to all this.
My English name is Melvin Glenn Mason Jr. I was born and raised in Hamakua in Honoka'a, also raised in Waipio Valley, Valley of the Kings, very sacred and very beautiful place. It's a blessing, to actually come from there. And just because of the culture and how in depth I actually grew up in it. Where with my kupuna, being able to teach and to exert not just with farming with kalo, but with the culture and traditions and values, and also in Mokolelo Hawaii, with Lelo Hawaii, It's an older language that I've learned, that I grew up with. And, the things for me, it's that I understand culture and traditions and values and the aina, the wai, the muluwai. And I've seen often, it's many, and I do respect, other people's testimony even against it. But I am actually the CEO of Kehole Hotel and Suites LLC. I was the one who actually propositioned and proposed this to be built. A real Kanaka. Not a foreigner coming out from America or Japan or China or Hawaiian. And the reason why I did it is because I saw an opportunity. And I saw the opportunity that, in due respect with Aina, my father actually buried on Mauna Kea with 6 other kings who was on my ancestor land. And the things for me with this is, this testimony, which I greatly appreciate, Madam Chair and Commissioners. And for me, it's a very interesting concept because it is very cultural. And when I approached this idea, when it came into an envision, and I had met Chauncey, honestly, I went through a lot of hoops and a lot of red tape, black tape, purple tape, blue tape, white tape, every tape that had even with ethics board. And I was actually one of the main guys who started to develop a direct lease process, who actually attracted and brought Southwest Airlines. And actually, it also created the development. I'm the former CEO and president of Kehole FBO1 LLC, which is actually the big development with the FBO at the end. And for me at the hotel, it's a very cultural based build out. There's a requirement to actually building this place in Mokulele, Hawaii. You have to actually be able to speak Hawaiian, read Hawaiian, and write in Hawaiian. I wrote a curriculum actually in Hawaiian, in tourism, hospitality, and customer service. And I actually is implementing into the CTE department in the DOE. I've already am also the CEO of Kalea Go. It's a drone education company. And we're the first guys in history to actually put the Hawaiian language in training with technology. And we are contracted actually with various schools that we do this already. My whole hopes is this, everybody's always making the excuse that, our kids are leaving. I'm building this for our kids to stay. This is an opportunity and a place to actually be able to make this happen because the way it is designed, talked about water, I can answer that. I actually have a commitment and agreement with NAUHA to run out of the ocean water. I'm also a former consultant also for Koyo USA. Brought the investment money to develop the bottled water company called Mahalo Water. And the thing for me with this development, being from where I'm at, is that I saw the need and the want. And because people are talking about, the money and it's running out and CAFRs, this and that. Well, I'm the only guy who actually offered, even in the beginning when I met Chauncey, for 5 acres, I was willing to pay $8 million for 35-year use of land. And the parts that really comes down to this land is that I compared myself to the DOD. Pearl Harbor, 1,000 acres. People like talk about environment. Go look at the USS Arizona, leaking fuel still today. And nobody doing nothing. 1,000 acres paying $1. Well, the offers that I put on the table is because why I push this is because my pressing against even government was stopping to raising taxes on the people. Enough. This was an opportunity because of the taxes that was taken away from the county level, from the tourism tax. For me, it's a lease. There's a lease. You're going to be paying rent. And even in proposition negotiations to pay a percentage of earnings. My whole thing is that it's not just helping myself as a businessman, because culturally I can prove a lot of things. And the thing that I can't even take people to a moot position. And the characterization in this need is the support. Because if people want to talk environment, we're going to lessen the traffic out of the airport by keeping the workforce of the airline industry in the hotel that we're building there. So they're not going to come out on Queen Kaumana Highway. I was at many of the meetings with OMA and everything, even with the federal government, with the national parks. So I think, I'm trying to keep it 3 minutes, and I think I'm probably over already. But the proposition for me is it's very Hawaiian based. It's going to be mostly green, actually, hotel in all of Hawaii, because we're putting a SWAC system in there. It's seawater air conditioning. And we're desalinating the water that going to come through, and we're also putting solar. So, and part of which, if people want to add on, well, everybody using the airport now, everybody forgot about what Governor Burns had done. The Pa'aiea was taken away, a very cultural site, a very big cultural site. The Lua training grounds, that was taken away. But instead of me for coming as on Kanaka on Hawaiian to come with my face, to fight or hand out, I came in on plan. And part of the plan is, even when I mentioned this in, the Windward meeting, was that the swimming pool area, I'm actually bringing back and developing the Pa'aiea like it once was. And bringing that site to where that Aina is supposed to be. Like everybody changing the names. But people don't realize the names of the places are characterized to the spirit, the mind, the heart, and the body, and the true alignment with everything above and below. So the way with the way we're building even this hotel that I offered to propose to the state government was also helping them to create funding. And I know nobody is trying to do that to even help the government to make money, because I know it's keep on going up and up. Land tax is going up. I do know that District 7, 8, and 9, paying the highest was 70% of the income of the county. So the heaviness that burdens upon this situation is that, for me, is why building to offer this is to lessen the burden of the taxpayers and the people to keep on putting taxes when we can actually develop on the public trust lands, which we all know for a fact is all crown lands. I'm not here about that argument. especially if I put my moku auhau down, my genealogy. I'm not here for that argument. So the thing for me is the support, and asking for that support is very cultural, because this whole thing came down from Pule, and the needs of our keiki that can actually learn an education, because it's a very educational way that I'm actually designed, even with the workforce, where other hotels can actually, because one thing why I even went to come to this and come to public with this is because I've often experienced, I went around the world twice. I graduated from Honoka School. I don't have no university college degree, but I have experience in business, corporate business. And the things that even with government, and honestly, I had easier business than dealings with, doing communist business in communist country in China, Japan, and Sweden, even in America, in the States. And here, it's been honestly the most difficult. It's been in the works since 2006, and making sure that everything is pono. So conservation wise, yeah, I do understand, I do know. And that's why it's delicate. The way we chose to certain areas of the Aina in that areas was where it could go and will go. So for me, it's, I'm all open to all the questions, but yet, I'm willing to actually put things in perspective, because, people are too general. And I do understand about O'oma. I actually been at the caves. I know a lot of the burial sites. So there's a lot of things that people wasn't there for a lot of different areas and things. So, even Kohanaiki, plenty other places. So my thing is the support for this is helping the DOT and honestly, fulfilling things that have been envisioned years ago, but doing it in a pono way.
Okay. Thank you so much. I was asked to mention, Shannon Rudolph failed to mention that she's been a resident of Kona for over 40 years. So she wanted to make sure that you folks were aware of that. So that's on the record now. All right, commissioners, thank you all for your testimony. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the testifiers? Mr. Van Pernis.
Thank you. I have the same question I had for the staff of Mr. Wong Yun and Mr. Brisgard. Doesn't this limit the accessory uses to public land? And if so, what's the arrangement for private use of the public lands?
So, Mr. Van Pernis, thank you. The arrangement, if I get your question correctly, it's the arrangement for private use of public lands. Okay, so the disposition would be through a long-term lease. We would want that all interested parties, so it's not, would be able to present to us a request for proposal, an RFP, that we would respond to and evaluate on a case-by-case basis. That would be the vehicle by which the state would issue a lease and collect rents due us. I hope that answers your question. If not, I can listen in and provide more information as I can.
Mr. Van Pernis, does that answer your question?
Not totally. Is compensation paid to the state or some entity, public entity, for the prior use of public land?
Yes, the compensation is through rents paid to the state.
Mark?
Okay, and now additionally, okay, here's another aspect, and maybe I'll ask Craig to chime in on particulars there, but also in certain leases, there are certain minimum annual guarantees, there are targets that are contained in these leases. So you might have
Does it include compensation? The
I'm sorry, Mr.
guarantees,
Bender. Group compensation, you say?
does is compensation included in the guarantees?
Okay, so in addition, okay, let me just say it this way, and then I'll try to zero in on what you're asking me better. But we get a flat land lease rate or agreed upon rate for the lease of the land. Then the business itself, based on its income on an annualized basis, we can structure it so that we get a percentage of that. And there could be other fees or that are applicable in the lease. And I'm not too familiar. Maybe if Craig can comment on that, I'll have him do that. But I don't know if that's answered. You're saying, I'm not sure if answered your question.
Paid to the state as part of private use public land at the airport. It's money paid.
What do you think?
Yes. Are you asking, is the money paid to the state for the use of public lands? I think the answer is yes.
Is money paid to the state on every occasion of private use of public land? On every occasion, I mean, whatever entity uses the public land pays money to the state.
I can say yes, if you don't mind, Craig, Chauncey.
Mr. Mason?
Yes, if you don't mind. I can say
Okay.
yeah. And the reason why is because I was one of the main guys in the beginning stages. I actually had offered when we went to create the lease and stuff and the development of the direct use process. There were other companies that actually are there, Signature Corporation, and this is to do with Keahole FBO1 LLC. And I was the only guy who offered $8 million at first. And the thing was that nobody was actually offering much of anything but $1, or actually revocable permits that was only paying like only a couple $100 a month. So the thing that came through with the Keahole FBO1 and the process that actually got created and started through the DLNR, ethics board, everybody. And I was the one who was getting pretty much nailed by everybody, but including legislation, governor's office, the finance department. I actually took myself through in the competition, the beginning stage in 2015. When we put our application in for property there on the south end, there were about 12 other applicants. We were the only local guys was there, pretty much me. Everybody else was like literally only looking for themselves in development and not the industry itself, and the support of even education and the local government. So the thing that came out, there's actually the leases that is in that you can people can get information to is technically at the time, I think was Signature Corporation and Air Service Hawaii was paying about, I think 48,000 when it started, and this is 48,000 in an annual rate. We actually came in the beginning annual rate was about 474,397.44. So yes, money actually the lease and the money goes to the state, and then it increases annually, and it goes all the way to the term and extend to the lease itself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mason. Anybody else have questions?
I do.
Say, go ahead.
You mentioned something about Mr. Mason, taxes that are collected that would help us. Now, I don't know who the us is. I'm just wondering about the airports comes under state, correct? State,
Yes.
under Department of, state of Hawaii.
But the county that collects.
So now, if we're looking at doing hotels, so when it comes on the primary airports, that's when you can build other things at the airport. How is it governed, as well as taxes? When you say going to help us with taxes, I don't know how that happens, Because for
Property,
us on this island,
the
it's not
property
gonna
tax.
help us because it goes to the state. So I'm not understanding how taxes are gonna help us as a county. So I'm just wondering, there seems to be a lot of different things, like who's gonna determine who's gonna take care of what airport comes in there, how many airports come there, those kinds of things. And for yourself and for Mr. Wang Yuen, do you folks currently work for the state? Do you have an entity that you folks are come under that, where people can have questions answered? Or is it just yourself? Or
Go ahead,
that's
Mr.
what
Mayor.
I'm wanting to know, like where you guys, where do you folks come? Where are you coming from?
The county makes property taxes, right? And that's the thing that the county collects, and that's where they make their money. So, in any development that goes on, even in public trust lands, county actually does collect property taxes. Therefore, the lease that is actually made with the state government, which is, the DOT at this time, is that goes to either the CAFR or it goes to the general fund. All depends on how the lease was actually instated. So the things for me is that the creation even of the jobs is most important, because I'm actually willing to pay higher than any other hotel. And because I know the numbers, and the part for me, being a local boy from here, it's an entity. I come from a corporate entity. I created the entity. I guess we're chancing them, they can speak for themselves, but they do actually work for the government, state government at the airport. So they
I'm
can
just thinking, like when you say taxes, I know that, everybody has to pay taxes. And when the county charges taxes, are we saying taxes on these people who come and build a hotel? So on top of them paying rent or, lease rent or whatever, there's taxes on top of that goes to the county? But if it's state land, doesn't the state also get monies for that too?
Yes, that is correct. This is
Yes,
Craig over
both
here.
sides.
And then the state will turn around and take our money because they don't have enough. So then how does it help us as a county?
Well, for my experience in this, and what Echelon County is the business is local. If you really want to talk about the GDP of Hawaii, actually number one GDP of Hawaii is military, not, and I've been saying for years, not tourism, but tourism in Hawaii, because I actually brought in 2014, 3,028 tourists myself out of Japan with two other guys that worked with me. And a part of the opportunity of the cultural basis and the respect for the land and the money is that I trickled in about $5 million just for that side. And the thing that comes for the investments and stuff is that I am a local domestic company in Hawaii, local boy Hawaiian. I'm not in an international business, so that's the thing. The money, the property, county gets their part, the lease, the state gets their part, no matter if it's the department. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
Commissioner
Mr. Wang Yung, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. What I'd like to add, so for Commissioner Yates' understanding is that, number one, this is private development, so there's no county funds being expended to build this project out or to build any project out. It would not be. That's what we're asking. It would be private development. The state has ownership or stewardship over these lands at the airport, and we would be leasing these for the benefit of the people, actually, because the money does come back to the state coffers, the state treasury. So there's no money being expended by us. And by way of relationship, Melvin and I have been friends, but he is a distinct company. I am a government employee. He is one of many that would be a likely submitter of an RFP. It'll be out there for all entities to bid on, including the Kohala Coast Resorts, all of them. Anybody would be able to do this, so it's not limited to him. So I just want to make that distinction and clear. Is there any other questions about that? And I'm sorry, Commissioner Van Furnace, if we've not, understood, and forgive me for that, we'll try to answer your question as best we can.
Mr. Vitusic?
Yes, thank you. I feel like we're getting way ahead of ourselves on this, and we're as if we're reviewing the construction of a hotel, which we are not. This area is within the special management area. It's also state land. So in the event that a hotel is going to be applying to be built at this area, it will require a special management area permit that the commission will have to review in order to take into account the effects of the project. It will also trigger Hawaii Revised Statutes Chapter 343, which will require the preparation of an environmental assessment that will take into account the effects of the proposed hotel. All of this will have to be reviewed in the event that a hotel is built at this airport. I think right now we're looking at a zoning change that brings the current uses of the airport in line with the permitted use of the zoning, and eventually may lead to a hotel if the proper environmental review and permitting review is completed upon review of the specifics of that project. I think this discussion about the hotel is great, but it's getting way ahead of what we're doing here today.
Agreed. Any other comments from commissioners?
I will echo that same sentiment.
As would I. Anyone else? Yeah, this is not a project that we're looking at here, so. All right, if there are no further questions for testifiers. Director Gee, did you have anything to add?
Sorry. No questions. I'll wait for you to close public testimony, then
Okay.
I'll have your comments.
Very good. Okay. I want to put on the record that we had several written testimonies submitted. We heard from the folks here, and in addition to that, we had Laura Johnson, Megan Leatherman, Mark Koppel, David Kimo Frankel, Donna Grabau, Jack Zimmerman, Simi McMichael, and Dana Molina Keave. They were all in opposition of this. With putting that on the record, I'd like a motion to close public testimony, please.
So moved.
Was that Perry? Okay, and I've got 2 twos. I saw Max first, so.
I just got a brief question, if I may, Chair.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Max.
Some time of not getting ahead of ourselves. I do appreciate those comments to keep us moving. Simply out of curiosity, Mr. Mason, are you a developer by chance, or this is my only question out of curiosity. Thank you.
Am I on?
Go ahead, Mr. Mason.
Yes, I'm going to be developing this.
All right, very good. Let's go back to the motion. Mr. Kealoha made a motion to close public testimony, and
Second.
Mr. Newberg has a second. All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? No. Okay, public testimony is closed. Testifiers, thank you for your statements. The commissioners will now proceed to deliberations, so you're welcome to log off of WebEx and switch to the YouTube channel if you'd like to continue observing the hearing. Thank you all very much for being here. Director Gee, did you have a comment at this point?
Yes, I thought it'd be helpful for you to know that when I first started in this position in 2017, I had a meeting quite soon after with Chauncey and the airports to start discussing the implementation of the master plan. And certainly hotel was one of the primary things on the table that they were looking at wanting to initiate. But I wanted us to understand that they have a master plan. It was adopted were part of the collaboration that has to occur to implement the master plan. And bringing this forward was one way to help with the implementation of that master plan. You know, we're planning, right? I'm a planner. So, trying to effectuate it is and trying to remove unnecessary barriers is part of my job. But also, I think part of the concern from community would be around the checks and balances. And Mike Vatusik talked about the SMA. In fact, Mike, you should throw your name in with the next mayor for planning director. But he covered it. We made sure that the airports had asked that not to go through plan approval, and we didn't agree with that. So there's an ability for us to really review what's coming to us to ensure that it's necessary. And let's say, for instance, it's not a resort. I'm not going to allow like resort pools to attract that kind of clientele. So I feel as if there's checks and balances to ensure that it is proper development that's happening around the airport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion for action on this item.
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Berg.
I'd like to move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the County Council for the Planning Director initiated ordinance amending Chapter 12 Zoning Code, Articles 1 and 5 of the Hawaii County Code relating to primary airports based on the Planning Director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Very good, thank you.
I'll second that.
Mr. Vatusik?
Yep.
That was a second by Mr. Vatusik. Very good. Staff, could you take a roll call vote, please?
Actually, one
I'm
thing
sorry, is there any other discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
On discussion.
Yeah.
I just want to point out, that a lot of this is done in order to make existing uses, I guess, permitted and allowable under the zoning. And I feel like a lot of times when we're here at the Planning Commission, people who are doing things that are outside of the zoning code and all that is oftentimes held against them. And I just think that, the approach that we're taking here of trying to bring everything into compliance and making sure zoning works to continue the uses that are existing and aren't harmful are a good approach to take.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, I'd add to that as well. Just briefly, I see this as a way forward to bring Kona into this, I'll be optimistic and say post COVID world of where we try to reach out and be more well established. I think the airport at this time is on that wave, and I can see a lot of advantages coming through this initiation. My only concern is that the first thing anyone would see of Kona, should it be their first time, is this airport area, and to protect that with well-vetted projects that'll benefit the community. I know this isn't something that we can handle at this level, but I would like to see that area itself pertaining to development remain under Davis-Bacon law to assure that the contractors are bidding in an effort to build quality products that will benefit all of the folks here for time to come. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none. Alex, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Newberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Vatusik.
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis.
Aye.
Commissioner Yates,
Aye.
and Chair Carr Smith.
Aye.
The planning department initiated passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys' work on this. All right. I think we will take a break right here before we move into the last agenda items. I think about a 15-minute break. Is that sufficient, everybody?
See if they want to.
Chair, I need to ask if the commission could use an entire lunch break. The next application may not take long, but I don't want us to lose steam halfway through it either. So up for the commission to consider a lunch break.
Okay, what do you guys think? 15 minutes, half hour,
I'll go with the majority.
half hour?
Will lunch be delivered to our homes?
Right. Good question. All right, it's
Yep,
12, it's
Just wait at
12:40.
the window.
It's 12:44. Let's reconvene at 1:15. Okay. Thank you all. Have a good lunch. Please turn off your cameras and your mics.
So make sure you look down.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, it looks like we're unmuted and should be on video.
How's everybody doing? Refreshed? Nourished?
Very much so. Thank you for the break, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I needed it too. Hi, Ken. Hi, Sid. It said Ken. You're so tiny back there. Hi, Randall.
Oh, sorry. Hello. Can you guys hear me now?
Yep. Thank you.
Hello.
We're here.
All right, there you are.
There we are.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Hope everybody's good.
See, I'm gonna close your computer. Just shut it down. Yeah.
All right, let's, Sid, you could mute yourself, please.
It is not.
Now.
So. He's asked you to mute yourself.
Rochelle.
Yes, hi.
Hi. I show Shannon still on. Can that go away?
I don't know if she's.
The less little windows, the better.
Oh no, we just had a power surge, so hopefully we don't get disconnected. It'll be awful.
Okay. Christian and Maya. Okay, now she's gone. Thank you, Rochelle. All right, are we all here? I think so. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. It's 1:19. And we're moving on to agenda items 4 and 5, of which I will read into the record. We know these are long. Agenda item number 4, the applicant is Suffolk Investment LLC. It's amended res 2004-000024. This is a continued hearing on the application to amend condition B, time to pay water deposit, condition C, time to complete construction, amend condition D, delete rental housing restriction, amend condition E, delete requirement for supplemental TIAR, amend condition F, roadway improvements, Condition H, location of Spine Road within the project site. Condition I, Kuakini Highway improvements. Condition U, requirement of a 5-acre school site and improvements. Condition V, fair share. Condition X, affordable housing requirement and change housing program approving authority. And condition Z, administrative time extension. This is all of ordinance number 05-113, which was reclassified the 14.872 acre property from agricultural 5 acres to multifamily residential 2,500 square feet in 2005. Subject property is located west of Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway and east of Kuakini Highway and the Kahakai Estates subdivision, approximately 2,200 feet north of the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway, Kuakini Highway intersection. Pu'apua'aiki first, North Kona, Hawaii. TMK is 375-1719. Agenda 5. The item agenda number 5 is the applicant Pua'a Development LLC. This is an amended REZ rezone 2004-000025. This is a continued hearing on an application to amend condition B, time to pay water deposit, condition C, time to complete construction, condition E, delete requirement for supplemental traffic study, condition F, roadway improvements, condition H, location of Spine Road, condition I, Kuakini Highway improvements, condition V, requirement for a 5-acre school site and improvements, condition W, fair share contribution, condition Y, affordable housing timing, and condition Z, housing, condition BB, administrative time extension of ordinance number 05-115. This ordinance reclassified the 14.973 acre property from Ag 5 to neighborhood commercial, 2,000 square feet in 2005. Subject property is located west of Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway and the Pualani Estates subdivision and about 1,400 feet north of the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway, Kuakini Highway intersection, Pu'apua'aiki first, North Kona, Hawaii. TMK is 375-17-1. Okay. Before we get into the staff presentation, I want to take a moment to mention a concern that I have. We received written testimony from Commissioner Van Pernis that caused me to think that the commissioner could have a conflict of interest in this case. Mr. Van Pernis, do you feel that you can be fair and impartial in this?
I don't know what conflict of interest you're referring to, but I certainly could be fair and impartial. If you're referring to the deposition of Mr. Cook that I took it on behalf of the late Kerry Watson. I did not represent Mr. Cook, would not represent Mr. Cook. I was adverse to Mr. Cook at that time. That was 5 or 10 years ago. So there's certainly no conflict of interest here.
It seemed like you
can't be fair and impartial.
It seemed like you had already made up your mind about the applicant.
Well, it may be that other commissioners have made up their mind too, but I submitted what I submitted at the direction of this department. The department got the opinion of legal counsel and then it went out.
All right. Well, speaking of that, Jay Yoshimoto, our Corp Counsel, could you weigh in on this, please?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Van Pernis is correct. He had asked for the best method to distribute his thoughts regarding this particular matter. And so, initially he had talked about, as I understand it, wanting to bring this with him and pass it out to the members. But because we're having a virtual meeting, he suggested an email. And I said that was okay as long as there's no back and forth discussions regarding this matter in the email. In the email. So in other words, it was just a one-way transmission. Mr. Van Pernis, is that your understanding?
That is my understanding. Thank you.
Okay, and then so I do have one concern or a couple of concerns to raise with the commission. With respect to the second point in Mr. Van Pernis's email, his written position, he talks about following up with Mr. Raposa after receiving testimony. And I wanted to raise this to the commissioner's attention because under the administrative procedures in Chapter 91 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes, this commission, when it receives evidence as a body, as a whole. In other words, no particular commissioner should be going out and doing any kind of independent following up, even with good intentions. And so it sounds like, and Mr. Van Pernis can speak to this issue, but it sounds like he did contact Mr. Raposa regarding something related to this matter, and that's not appropriate. And so if that is the case, my recommendation to the commission would be either to have a motion to strike that portion, because really, when you look at it, it's well, again, it's going outside the scope of what the commission acts as a body. Anyway, that's pretty straightforward, but I'll be happy to answer any questions regarding that point.
Commissioners, would you like to weigh in on this? Mr. Bertusik, go ahead.
Sure. My question for Corp Counsel is in regards to the first paragraph of Commissioner Van Pernis's email to the commission, indicating that a line of questioning for an applicant related to a previous deposition in regards to a judgment against his client.
Okay, go ahead.
And it seems to me as though that could create a conflict of interest if you're using a seat on a commission in order to get information about previous.
I do not represent Mr. Watson, deceased now. I have not represented him for many years. I've retired. Have taken no further action against Mr. Cook, who I knew before and after the deposition. And I knew him because we both lived in Kona. And I have not used any information inappropriately with any intention. If you should strike that portion, I have no objection, but I may comment on it when appropriate.
Mr. Bertusik, are you still on? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that's something that the Corp Counsel could weigh in on.
Okay, so Mr. Bertusik, you're asking a question as far as whether that representation in that first paragraph in and of itself constitutes a conflict of interest?
Yes, that's my question.
Okay, my reading of that is that, we, in consideration of what Mr. Van Pernis just represented, I believe that he would have the initial burden to say whether he has a conflict or not. We just heard him say that he doesn't have a conflict, but he is willing to have it stricken as far as the record for this written portion. That doesn't change the fact that he can still state it for the record as a commissioner, as all of you can in terms of your thoughts. So, I mean, that might be a way to address it, but if the commissioners believe that there is a conflict of interest, or if any commissioner is unable to be fair and impartial, then the commission can make a motion after doing its due diligence in terms of establishing a basis. So That's always an option, but I do believe, because Mr. Van Pernis offered to have that stricken, that's an option too as well. The larger issue about conflict of interest, Mr. Van Pernis already represented that he doesn't believe there is one, and he can be fair and impartial. But the commissioners can follow up with him, since this is an issue that's before the commission at this point.
So to be clear, it is not Corporation Council's view that there is a conflict.
I don't have an opinion on that right now because I haven't had a chance to talk to Mr. Van Pernis. So in all fairness, we would have to, basically go into the issue. And I see Mr. Van Pernis is raising his hand because really, initially, whether someone can be fair and impartial, the first step of the process begins with the person themselves, right? You yourself would be able to articulate whether you have a conflict of interest. And if people believe otherwise, like I said, the commission has the ability to address the issue. And if the commission disagrees, then the commission could make a motion to have someone recused because there is a conflict where they can't be fair and impartial.
Thank you, Jay. Any other comments? Go ahead, Mark.
First of all, this write-up was the result of the meeting becoming virtual. You may recall at the prior meeting, we were all told this meeting would be live. So I wasn't going to present anything one way or the other at the live meeting other than my opinion stated at that time at this meeting. Then I was informed that the meeting was virtual. And I inquired, how do I communicate with these other commissioners? Will you give me their emails? And the answer was no. So I said, well, then get Corporation Council to tell me how to communicate with them. I said I did not want to have any response or change, no conversation, just my information. And I followed those directions. So if somebody feels I did it wrong, they should talk to Corporation Council and RICO because I asked for their instructions. Secondly, I don't think that the Planning Commission or commissioners are to shut their eyes and not be in their memories as to anything that happens outside of the meeting. For instance, this involves traffic matters. Are we not to talk about our experiences or our observations? Are we to act in isolation? Thirdly, I don't think when and if a decision is made by a commissioner, that an inquiry has to be made of when did you form this opinion, or when did you change your opinion, or that sort of thing. So I think I acted properly in these matters, and I regret being challenged on them.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Newberg, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I would just like to state the obvious that beyond this commission, which I feel personally is an honor to be a part of, one, I would hope that as we're a body together, that this doesn't happen again. It's imperative that the community at large that we hopefully serve to the best of our capacity knows without a boundary of doubt that we're on all the same playing field here. And furthermore, I think it points to what we all do as a profession outside of this voluntary position, that I don't care to be part of anything that would tarnish anyone's reputation personally or endanger the trust of the community at large of what we're here to do. And my hope is, I don't know what we can do to regain that here, but my hope, and I think this goes without saying, these communications don't happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Max.
Just additionally, I want to point out that nobody saw this but the commission.
I didn't understand what you said.
Nobody saw what you're talking about, this email, but the commissioners and the staff.
It became a part of the package and then it becomes public record. So
that was the choice of the staff and council.
Right. Well, but it is a fact. So I have some comments. Having said that, the email, in my opinion, shouldn't have been sent to us, but the decision was made to send it, and I respect that. But I feel like this was testimony, and from a commissioner, I feel that this type of testimony should be made at a meeting as opposed to outside of a meeting. When Mr. Van Pernis decided to share why he sought the bankruptcy information in the February meeting, I think it became clear that there was a personal issue here, and it seemed that caused you to continue, based on your behavior in that meeting and the subsequent June meeting, that your mind was made up and you wanted us to understand where you were coming from. That raises a lot of concerns for me about fairness and impartiality. In your email, you're trying to convince us that we need to vote this down. You talked about the applicant not being the applicant. I think that's inappropriate. It's not your responsibility to conduct your own investigations, and that talks to Mr. Raposa's situation as well. It's not up to you to conduct your own investigation. The rules state, I'm not done, Mark, hold on. The rules state that if we're going to be investigating things, we decide as a board, as a group, that, you know, you go out and do this, you go out and do that. And that wasn't the case. You took that upon yourself. The part about the traffic study, I don't think that you're an expert in traffic studies. So I don't think it was appropriate for you to push that subject home hard like you did. And I just the fact that you're trying to tell us how to vote on this makes me really uncomfortable. It doesn't seem ethical to me. And all of that puts aside the fact that I don't like applicants being treated poorly. That's not why we're here. And like Max said, I hope this doesn't happen again. And so I continue to question whether you can be fair and impartial.
Fair and impartial. We should point out that I believe it was Mr. Fatuzik who raised the issue of who the real applicant was, and it was difficult to discuss the matter without knowing who the true applicant was. And this matter was also raised with Ms. Fuki. Secondly, you yourself in one of the proceedings here indicated how you were going to vote and why. In one of the earlier proceedings today, other members do as well. I think our job is to tell people what we think and try to convince them to go one way or the other, work in isolation, so that everybody guesses to the last minute what things are.
I think
can be
the job
fair
is
and
to.
impartial, and the information in this write-up was all contained, all the facts were contained in the information submitted by the applicant, the traffic study, etc. I don't think it's improper for me to say I drive these streets and this is what I observe. Other people here have talked about what they've experienced in Waikoloa. I think that our job is to represent the people of Kona, not the developers.
The developer is also a resident of Kona. I don't think that's the issue here. Maybe it's not, even if it's not. Property owners have rights. And so I think our job here is to listen to the staff recommendation, listen to the applicant, listen to public testimony, and make our decision based on that, not based on an email from you outside of the meeting. Mike, go ahead.
I am a commissioner. I think I'm entitled to my opinion.
You are within the
I
meeting.
expressed it, and I sought expertise from the staff and council on how to disseminate a virtual meeting. Perhaps this is followed from a virtual meeting. It wouldn't happen if this meeting was live instead of virtual. I read this at the live meeting. I handed it out to save time at the real meeting. This.
Go ahead, Mike.
I just want to say that to Commissioner Van Pernis, I personally don't have an issue with the method in which the information was distributed to us. I think, getting it run by corporation counsel and sending an email with your opinions in advance of the meeting, I personally don't have a problem with that aspect of it. My concern is the content of the material. And, I would be comfortable moving forward if that were stricken from the record, the material relating to your private investigation, call it with Mr. Raposa, and, the information about the previous deposition on a previous judgment. I don't think that material is appropriate to discuss with commissioners. I don't mind you sharing your opinion via email. To me, it's about the content, and I don't think that content was appropriate.
I think our duty is to investigate, but I will agree to be stricken, that those two portions be stricken. I asked Mr. Raposa whether he would be here so I could talk to him or question him personally. He said he was, and put it on record, and he said he was not going to appear. So how else was I to get it?
Again, I think the attorney, our corporation counsel has made it pretty clear that we're to receive information as a whole. So we can't go out and seek information individually. We have to be receiving it as a whole in compliance with sunshine laws.
I appreciate that, Mr. Tuzik. I'll stand corrected. Nobody told me that before I was a commissioner. But again, Mr. Raposa was not going to appear, so all you folks could hear what he had to say. So I repeated what he said to me. But if you feel that's appropriate, the only way is to get somebody in front of you guys. I'll agree to it being stricken.
I'm not an attorney, but I believe that becomes hearsay. I mean, unless it's at our meeting and presented to all of us, it has no value, in my opinion. Anybody else?
That's your opinion. I think others, myself, are entitled to opinion.
Well, my opinion, Mr. Van Pernis, also is based on your February performance. For some reason, that's the word that comes to mind. I think you should have recused yourself then, but you didn't, and that's neither here nor there at this point, but I don't think it was appropriate. And so here we are. So what are we going to do about this, commissioners?
So, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's appropriate yet, Sid, for us to hear from you. Thank you.
Oh, no, this is Jay, Madam Chair.
Oh, well, Sid was waving at me. I can't see you. You're too far away.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Okay.
All right, go
Anyway,
ahead, Jay.
I just wanted to take the matters one at a time. So my understanding is that Commissioner Cusick had made a suggestion and Mr. Van Pernis was agreeable to that. So if we could have as a board, sorry, it's really loud everywhere. I can't. There you go. So if we can have if the commission wants to make a motion to strike the portions of concern, then we can get that out of the way, and then we can move on. However else the commission wants to proceed.
I would make the motion to strike those 2 items from the testimony. The first regarding the previous deposition, and the second regarding the discussions with Mr. Raposa.
I'll second that.
All right. There's a motion to strike paragraph 1 and item 2. Is that correct? From Mr. Van Pernis's email. Do I have that right?
Yes.
In parentheses refers to the deposition. The reference to Mr. Raposa is in number 3 of my memo.
Number 2.
And there's a number of things in that section, I think. No, it's not number 6. I take that back.
I have the email in front of me and it looks as though it's paragraph, the paragraph is numbered 2, Mark.
Number 2.
The one that says applicants are not the applicants, then it talks about your conversation with Mr. Raposa.
Okay. So we're striking, I got it. We're striking the reference to Mr. Raposa, my conversation with him.
We're striking the item number 2.
The first sentence and the
What is the motion's
last
intention?
sentence.
Excuse
First and
me.
last sentence of number 2 and all of the unnumbered in parentheses section beginning with the word some commissioners. I'll put that
let's-
in, by the way.
Okay, that's your
because,
input. Let's
when
see
the
what,
commissioner asked me that question.
Mr. Vatusik, what is your intention on the motion, please?
The intention of the motion is to strike any discussion on the previous deposition between Commissioner Van Pernis and Mr. Cook. And also to strike any reference to discussions or investigation outside of the scope of the Leeward Planning Commission. So the reference to the discussion with Mr. Raposa.
All right, so that's all of the first paragraph on the email. And on item number 2, I don't know where that ends. Unless we just say number 2, that we strike it. Do you guys have the email in front of you? Nope.
I do, and my second was to the assumption that 1 and 2 would be stricken.
Okay. Not 1 and 2, but the first paragraph and then the next item that's numbered 2. Is that what you mean?
Correct.
Okay.
Sentence,
Mike?
last
Yep,
sentence.
I just pulled that up and that would work for me.
Okay. All right.
Am I correct that it's the first sentence and the last sentence
No,
of paragraph 2? It's been stricken?
No, we're talking about striking the entire first paragraph of your email.
This one here.
Yes.
And item number 2 in whole for ease.
But item number 2, only 2 sentences refer to my conversation.
But it's too hard to tell where it ends.
That's the motion. The motion is
Yeah.
first paragraph and number
Take
2.
the whole thing out.
Okay,
Well,
that's the
We're
motion.
striking all of paragraph 2.
Yes, we are. Yes.
And that's not based on conversation with Mr. Raposa.
I mean, so that's the motion. I mean, I feel like the information contained in there is information gained from the conversation that I believe is outside the scope of the commission. So that's the motion that I've made, and I think that's
And
the Commissioner Kealoha has seconded.
Okay, is this all in favor kind of vote? Whoever's gonna.
Well, just let me say that Spring Development itself testified that it was going to be the developer.
That's fine. So that's in our minutes.
And Mr. Vatuzik brought up it was difficult to negotiate without knowing who the real developer was.
All right, so we've got a motion on the table. Is this a roll call vote, or would staff or somebody help me? Corp Counsel, what kind of vote am I taking?
Madam Chair, I would recommend a roll call vote.
I'm
right.
prepared to do that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Christian. Go ahead.
All right, Commissioner Vatusic,
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha,
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg,
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis,
No.
Commissioner Yates,
Aye.
and Chair Carr Smith.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion carries 5-1.
Thank you. So with some of the testimony stricken, are the commissioners completely comfortable with Mr. Van Pernis being a part of this case going forward? Anybody have any objections, I guess I should say?
I will say that I was uncomfortable when I read it as well. However, in listening to Corp Counsel and the input from Mr. Van Pernis about having sought Corp Counsel's advice, I'm comfortable once the 2 items are stricken. The original email felt like testimony to me.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, I would echo that as well. I trust Corp Counsel in this regard, and let's stay within sunshine and absorb all the nations as a group.
Okay. I guess we will proceed then. Mr. Van Pernis, I would just like to let you know that I'm not comfortable. I do think that you have a conflict. I think that you've got a personal issue here, and I don't really like the way it's come across so far. And I'm just going to remind you that the Code of Ethics requires fair treatment and that all people be treated in a courteous, fair, and impartial manner. And if I feel like that's not happening, or that you go out of that boundary, then we'll deal with that. Okay? Can you
I
acknowledge
believe
that,
I
please?
followed those instructions while representing the people of Kona.
I don't know what instructions you're talking about.
The Board of Ethics rulings.
It says, never mind, that's a whole other thing. Okay. Did you understand what I just said, though?
Well, if you would restate it, please.
I said that I personally still feel like you have a conflict. And it's based on the way you've acted and spoken to the applicants in the previous hearings. So I just wanted to mention that in the Code of Ethics, it says that all people shall be treated in a courteous, fair, and impartial manner. And if I feel like you are not doing that, then I will take action at that point. You understand that?
Oh, I understand that, but I do
Okay.
not believe that prohibits me from asking questions of the various witnesses.
Your line of questioning will be determined. You need to be courteous. That's why we're all here. We're all here to help the community, okay? So we're not here to help certain people. All right, enough of all that. Let's proceed. All right, Christian and Maya are going to give us a presentation, and hopefully we've seen it a couple times already. So if you can give us an update, please, and let us know about anything new that has transpired.
Sure. So I'm going to share my screen. This is basically just a status update. Can everybody see the screen and hear me? Okay, great. Again, not going to go into the particulars of the application again, since we've heard this a couple of times. Just want to give you an update on what has taken place since we last met in June. We scheduled a meeting with the applicant and Spring Capital on July 6th. That meeting was postponed till July 16th at the request of the applicant due to scheduling conflicts. The reason I'm mentioning this is I just wanted to let it be known that we were working on finding a good time for everybody to be involved very quickly after the last meeting, so we weren't dragging our feet. So even though we were about a month since the hearing that we finally were able to meet, it was all done in good faith. Prior to the meeting, the applicant asked us to essentially provide what it is that we would need to get to a favorable recommendation. And basically, we provided a couple of things. The purpose of that, in our mind, was to develop the Kahului Pu'apua'a neighborhood TOD to closely conform to the goals, policies, actions, and guidelines of the Kona CDP while not requiring project district zoning, which in our unfavorable recommendation, we offered as an alternative to the amendments to these two zoning designations. In addition, we made a few requests. The first was to rezone the Suffolk property, and that's TMK 751719. That's the one that's currently multiple family residential to neighborhood commercial to match the Pua'a project, or pardon me, the Pua'a property. The purpose for that was to, in order to kind of develop this TOD as the CDP envisions, making the zoning the same would allow for greater density and expanded permitted uses, and that's going to help better facilitate the development of that, again, mixed-use walkable neighborhood TOD as the CDP envisions. The next was we requested that the applicant develop a master plan in close conformance with the requirements outlined in the CDP to be the basis for new conditions of approval. Again, this is a requirement of the CDP to have a TOD developed under a master plan. And because there were still a lot of questions and a lot of requested amendments, we didn't really feel comfortable moving forward without really kind of a well thought out, comprehensive master plan upon which conditions could be placed in order to move forward with the development of a TOD. And then third, we requested that draft master plan be developed prior to this body acting on the amendment requests or acting on whatever came out of that in order to have it be vetted. And also to have it be vetted by the Kona CDP Design Center to ensure conformance with the intent of the Kona CDP as is laid out by the CDP. Ultimately, this is, again, what we would feel comfortable with moving forward to ensure that we could get to where we needed to be in developing this project as a whole, while not being very rigid and saying, okay, you got to go project district, which is 50 acres, which would trigger a state land use boundary amendment and things like that. Again, hearing from the commission saying, take the time you need to try and get to a positive or a favorable recommendation working with the applicant. During that meeting, the department and the applicants were able to agree to some of the requirements. For instance, the applicant agreed to rezoning the Suffolk property as long as it could be done quickly, as just a letter to the department requesting the change and not having to go through a full rezone process. The director agreed to that. And also, they agreed to develop a master plan, but it's something that would have to be done as a condition of these rezone amendment requests, and something that would ultimately be implemented through plan approval. And also, throughout the meeting and even before the meeting, it was very clear that the driving force from the applicant was getting to hearing at the PC in August or September and getting to county council as quickly as possible. So ultimately, at the end of that meeting, we were unable to come up with an agreement based on what we needed to feel comfortable moving forward and the applicant's desire to really move this forward very quickly. After the meeting, the applicant sent an email with an updated site plan and a draft transect plan, which was submitted to you in the applicant's August 3rd transmittal. And it's what they called a master plan. They thought this would satisfy the requirement for a master plan. In our initial request, we were very clear on what the components of a master plan, the minimum requirements or components of a master plan would entail. They thought that these two maps essentially would constitute that. And they also requested that the Design Center complete an expedited review by the end of July 2020. So they got this to us on the 16th, would have given the Design Center about 2 weeks to review the two documents they provided. On July 21st, the director responded to the applicant's request with a determination that the updated site plan and draft transect map did not meet the minimum requirements that we laid out ahead of time to warrant Design Center review, and asked them to submit a draft master plan more consistent with the CDP requirements, with the intent to reach a more mutually acceptable outcome, as was requested by the commission at their June meeting. Instead, the applicant was very clear that anything that was going to take more time was unacceptable and requested that we conduct today's meeting to have the PC consider updated draft favorable recommendations and associated conditions for both rezone amendments that were supplied to you in their August 3rd submittal. So at this point, I think we have, we're going to lay out some next steps. There are a couple of options that the commission has as the parties were unable to come to that agreement on how to move forward with a favorable recommendation that you requested. The commission has the following options to consider. The first is to forward an unfavorable recommendation to the county council, either based on the director's recommendation or for other reasons that the commission may articulate. Or the second is to forward a favorable recommendation to the county council, providing appropriate justification as well as recommended conditions of approval. That can be a favorable recommendation that's based on what the applicant has submitted, or it can be, other reasons that the commission may have to move this forward and appropriate conditions. The applicant has submitted the body of a favorable recommendation as well as proposed conditions of approval. Should the commission desire to forward a favorable recommendation to the county council based on those, the planning department would like to propose amendments to some of those conditions as proposed to ensure they're consistent with agency recommendations that we've received to this point, as well as to make sure they're consistent with our standard condition language. With all that, I want to say, we had some discussion about Mr. Van Pernis's email. There were the two transmittals, letter from the planning department and a transmittal from the applicant. And then finally, yesterday, you should have received an email from the Pacific Resource Partnership testimony in opposition to the amendments that was sent out by email. So at this point, that's the entirety of the additional correspondences that we've received. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have. One last thing, I also have, also added the updated site plan as well as the transect map that the applicant supplied. If we want to, reference that in our discussion. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Christian. Could you perhaps hide your screen for the moment?
Sure.
Thank you. Great. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff? Max, go ahead.
So is the request an exemption for the affordable component still in place? They're asking to not provide any affordable housing through this project?
I believe that their conditions that they were initially asking relief from, they've gone back and put those conditions back in. So in terms of the Suffolk proposal, the requirement that the housing be rental housing for 20 years was put back in, as well as the representation that at least 20% would be of the units would be at 80% AMI, and then the remainder would be at 120% AMI. So those two initial requests to remove those conditions have been put back to the way the conditions initially read.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions? Mr. Van Pernis?
Yes, Christian, does that affordable housing requirement require construction of affordable housing, or does it provide the opportunity for some sort of substitution of land or credits or whatever, so that affordable housing is not integrated into the project?
I believe that the housing condition requires actual housing be built on site. and does not allow for the use of affordable housing credits. So I do believe that their requirement to build on site was part of the original condition, and as that is going to be retained, or now proposed to be retained, that would be incorporated.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Sorry, is so the application that the applicant is putting in, the revised recommendation, is maintaining the existing RM zoning?
That's correct. Maya's got her hand raised, Madam Chair.
Hi, Maya. Go ahead.
Oh, Maya, we can't hear you.
Unmute.
You're still muted.
Thank you. So I just want to offer one point of clarification. The current housing conditions for Suffolk and Pua are different. Only the Suffolk ordinance currently requires the 20% at 80% AMI. The Pua condition currently does not have that requirement. So if this condition were to stay in place as it is, they would just have to comply with the housing code requirements for the Pua property, which is zone CN, which they're proposing 100 housing units on at this time.
Thank you, Maya. Commissioners, Mr. Van Pernis.
Point of clarification, 2 points actually. We're treating these 2 applications as one. So should the affordable housing apply to both? And secondly, when is this affordable housing supposed to be done? In other words, how long of an extension do they want? Do they want the 25 years or what?
At this point, Commissioner Van Pernis, they have removed the request for the administrative time extension, and they are asking for the timing of the completion of construction is 5 years to begin construction and 10 years to substantially complete construction. We don't have an idea of the definition of substantial completeness. There could be some subjective interpretations of what that might mean, so it would be good to nail that down. And secondly, there is a condition in the Pua'a, the commercial zone property, that ties the requirement of the provision of housing, not necessarily affordable housing outside of the housing code requirement, prior to certificate of occupancy for any of the commercial. So I believe it's 50 units need to be under construction and then need to be essentially bonded to complete construction prior to CO for any portion of the commercial. And then if it goes beyond a certain square footage of commercial, then another 50 units would need to meet that same requirement. The timing requirement for Suffolk would be, have to do with the 5 years to start, 10 years to complete, as substantially represented within that 10 years. Anything beyond that would then have to come back to the Planning Commission and County Council for additional time if necessary, as is proposed by the applicant. To your question as to your thought about how this is being treated as one project, we kind of have been doing that, but to be clear, these are 2 separate ordinances that have conditions on each of those ordinances that the applicant is asking you to consider proposed changes to. As commissioners, if you feel like the conditions should apply to both ordinances, you have the opportunity to propose that.
So in essence, you're saying they're asking for up to 25 years from the original.
No, sir. What I'm saying,
Original?
yeah, I'm telling you what they're asking for right now, moving forward. Where we're at right now is we accepted the applications for time extension, and we are where we're at. So from 2004 to here, 2020, they're asking for an additional 10 years to complete for substantial completion of construction.
And what happens if they don't meet that requirement?
Then they have an opportunity to come back and ask for additional time, or the planning director has an opportunity to start proceedings for a reversion or changing it to a more appropriate zoning as the condition allows.
Thank you, Christian. Are there any more questions for staff? All right, very good. Thank you, Maya and Christian. Let's move on to the applicant's presentation. Trying to see who we have on here. Sydney Fuki is here. Ken Van Bergen, are you on? Randall Okanaku, you are here. Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have anyone else, Sid, that's part of your group? I don't know who this one phone, somebody's calling in that's from a 557 number. Is that part of your group?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably Ken Van Berger calling in because he had to leave. And then so he mentioned that if there's a need for his verbal testimony over and beyond representing what he wanted to say, he stood by.
Okay, and is Brian Cook here today?
Yeah, Brian is over here sitting in front of me, yes.
Oh, he's with you. Okay, all right. All right, so all of you involved, I'd like to swear you in all together, please. Anyone who's planning on speaking, could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this matter before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
I do. I do.
I do. Thank you. Oh, there. Thank you. All right. Okay, go ahead and begin your presentation, your update, please. Mr. Fuki, I assume you're starting.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Initially, I would like to go on record to note that the applicant we heard the discussion regarding Commissioner Van Furnace, and from the applicant's perspective, you cannot help but feel like there's like a personal bias against Mr. Cook. And so that in and of itself should be justification for his recusal from considering these applications. In the alternative, and I know that the decision has been made that to accept his participation, then we would respectfully request that the chair direct his questions or commentary on a non-personal basis, and so that's all we're asking for.
Sorry, what do you mean by the one person?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by that? Just so
yeah, specifically, like, if you look at his email and, the two portions that the commissioners had decided to excise. The first portion, if I were Mr. Cook, I'd feel kind of like rather hurt. It was a personal thing saying that, he was kind of bordering on bankruptcy and his own income or social security, so on and so forth. I don't think it really have much relevance to the nature of the application, because what you're considering right now is a land use application. You're not screening on Mr. Cook to be on a member on the Board of Ethics or any regulatory agency. So I think those kind of comments are totally uncalled for. Comments relating to the traffic impact, so on and so forth. they are definitely germane, to the application, and we would ask that the chair make sure that the comments are limited to the nature of the application and not necessarily who the applicant was or is.
Understood and agreed. Thank you.
So, in as much as I heard to some extent Christian's presentation because I got kind of offline for a little while. But there's a lot of ample information and time has been devoted, to this application. I think we're at a stage where we're kind of making our final oral arguments to this panel of judges, the commission. Before I summarize, I had Ken was on the phone, and I don't know if he's going to back on, but basically it was going to commit that on behalf of his client, Spring Capital, they stood ready, willing, and able, to do the project, subject to the outcome of the pending request. We also have Mr. Cook and Randall Wakaneko standing by in the event there are questions that are needed for them to answer. In an August 3rd letter, I submitted, I hand-delivered the applicant's position, a proposed recommendation, and with conditions, and that pretty much summarized our position. And I'll kind of just highlight what I noted in that. And first of all was that the time extension is consistent with the general plan and the community development plan. This is kind of beating a dead horse. We know that when the council considered the general plan, when the planning director considered the CDP and the general plan in the extensions, everybody else concluded it was consistent. The plans haven't changed, but yet today we have the current planning director to say, stop, it's not consistent. So it kind of boggles our mind in terms of why now, and where we have documents that have not changed, that now you can take a position contrary. I've also kind of pointed out in that brief letter that this project provides much needed infrastructure in terms of having a new Malcolm Mackay Road. It also provides much needed affordable housing, and I'll discuss that in a little bit more detail. And not to say it provides much needed construction, and as well as post-construction employment. And I think that we are at a stage, when you deal with the COVID pandemic, I kind of implore, decision makers like yourself to kind of look at the consequences of your decision relative to the message that's being communicated to the broader development community. We also heard, at the last two commission meetings, the commissioners have expressed concern about the need for affordable housing. So as a result, in the August 3rd letter, what I kind of wanted to point out was this in terms of affordable housing. In the beginning, what the developer wanted to do was to delete all references to affordable housing obligations that were committed back in 2005. And part of the reason why was we're saying that there is now an affordable housing code, which was not present back then. So why don't you have that code be the guiding force? And that was a predominant position on the part of the applicant. However, what was represented then obviously is substantially more than what the code, if the code were strictly applied, what the code would require. The code currently, housing code currently requires 20% of your units to be, you need to generate 20% affordable housing credit for your total density. Now, that affordable housing credits can be generated in one of three ways. One, it can be on-site. Two, it can be off-site. And three, if you have credits, you can purchase those credits and use those credits. Now, on this particular property, Mr. Cook already has 40 affordable housing credits that's attendant to this property. He has chosen, and the conditions have also clearly indicated that, number one, you cannot use those credits. Number two, you cannot go off-site. So number three, you're back to square one. You have to develop all of your housing. You have to satisfy all of your housing obligation on site. Now, relative to that, in the beginning on the Suffolk, as I think the staff had mentioned, the existing condition called for at least the project is going to be rental housing on Suffolk. It's clear. It's going to be rental housing. You've got to rent it for 20 years. And of these units, at least 20% of those units would have to be targeted at 80% of median. The balance would be whatever the housing code is. On the on the Wa'a property, the original request was to say, okay, let's not talk about any housing obligation over there. But the existing condition already called for having a minimum of 50 housing units on the Wa'a site, which is a commercial site. So we're saying, fine, restore that. You know, the commissioners have raised concern about the need for affordable housing in this particular area. They've responded by coming back and saying, look, we will do it. We will not seek any relief from whatever was represented in years past. Now, we submitted, and for the director's consideration, you know, the so-called the master plan. I think Christian had showed what we had done. You know, we had the Michael Reed prepare, like what is called, you know, this transit zone, transit map, and also this master plan, kind of revised master plan, basically showing, like, you know, where your connectivities, you know, pedestrian orientations, you know, so on and so forth, they were there. The director had summarily rejected that. He said, like, no, you know, I'm sorry, it doesn't pass the mustard. So you got to go back to the drawing board. So ultimately, what happens is that the director's position was that we wanted to have like an approved master plan before we can even come before this planning commission. Now ask yourself this, you know, like the thing that's concerning for the applicant is that it gives the planning director an inordinate amount of discretionary authority. We can submit a new plan and they can reject it. We can resubmit again and they can reject it. When will it end? That's the question, you know, when will it end? And then how long is it going to take? So, such that, you know, what we're fearful of is that it may come to a point where this commission may never see this application resurface if we have agreed to that condition. Now, the developer or the applicant is concerned, like, you know, we wanted to have a process that met two criteria. One was it's got to be transparent, and two, it's got to be fair, it's got to be equitable. So we had thus proposed, and it's shown in condition X in Suffolk and condition Z in Wa'a, you know, which was transmitted in my October 3rd letter. What we had proposed was that we're not dismissing the idea of the need for a master plan. We recognize, we hear what the planning director is saying. So we say, we're not saying it's not important. We're saying it's important, but consider this. We're saying that we'll have a master plan prepared, and it's going to include both properties. Now, this condition would be on two ordinances. Okay? You'll have a master plan that includes both properties and addresses all of the elements that you're calling for. Mixed uses, walkable community, housing, phasing, whatever have you. So we need to still develop that master plan that incorporates both properties. And then to also consider that this is a neighborhood TOD, transit-oriented development. So that's the master plan. Now, we're also proposing as a condition that there's a 30-day review period by the design center, and not like an interminable period. You'll never know once you submit when you come out. You know, there's got to be that kind of fixities in terms of decision making. And then thirdly, then once you have this master plan reviewed, vetted, and that will serve as a basis for plan approval. And let me tell you why we want to have it tied into plan approval. Plan approval is a process that basically enables the planning director to look at the plan and make sure that it conforms to the general plan, community development plan, make sure it conforms to the zoning code in terms of the setback, the height, the parking, so on and so forth. And if there are any pertinent conditions of rezoning approval, then they all have to be addressed. That's your plan approval. So the planning director has to review that and then make a decision. You know the beauty behind that process? Two things. One is that like it's transparent and equitable. First of all, there's a 45-day time limit from the time the application is filed, the decision making, and the decision making is made. Two is that if the decision is adverse to the applicant, you know what happens? At least the applicant can appeal the planning director's decision to say like, it's arbitrary, capricious, it's an abuse of discretion, so on and so forth. If we were to assume the director's original position of saying, look, we want to have an approved master plan before we can appear before you guys, where is the equity? Where is the ability to say, no, we want to come back and say, we disagree with you, planning director. but we don't have that opportunity. So what we're proposing here is a process that addresses the master plan requirement, while at the same time provides for transparency, provides for minimal of abuse by the planning director. This is absolutely not at all to suggest that the planning staff or the planning director would behave that way. But nevertheless, the applicant has concerns, and we just want to make sure that the process is fair to all. Finally, we heard whether it's through this application or other applications, the planning commission, they don't necessarily want to have these administrative time extensions because, it can go on and on and on. And you want to be able to, to look at a situation. I think that I was doing the time extension for the Kona Country Club, the residential project by the golf course, and I think Commissioner Vitusik raised the issue. What about the SMA? Because they want to see the project and not just kind of let it go very easily. So we're proposing to say no, there's not going to be any administrative extensions, such that if they cannot comply with the conditions, then it's got to come back to public review to the planning commission and the county council. Who makes the decision in terms of substantial compliance? The planning director has the authority. You can review it and say no, I disagree that you're having only this amount of nails in the project. That's not substantial. They can make that, and then we're going to have to make the case before this body again. You say yes, it is substantial, or no, it's not substantial enough. So I guess bottom line, we're saying that knowing that what we're doing, we've kind of restored back the affordable housing condition, all of the things, and we're saying that we're going to do a master plan, and we eliminated the administrative decision. From our standpoint, the applicant's standpoint, I think that we've addressed as much as we can, reasonably can, all of the concerns raised by the department as well as the commission at the two other hearings. We're kind of hoping that the planning commission would look at the proposed recommendations and conditions that we prepared, the favorable one, and in wisdom, or at the end of the day, vote to recommend its approval. I realize that if you take the position and accept the director's, accept the applicant's position on the conditions as well as the findings, that there may be a need to make some editorial changes. So if it comes to that, we would have no objection in having to work with the staff just to make sure that these editorial kind of comments on both the conditions and the findings of fact are kind of consistent with the final action on the part of the commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Question, Mr. Vitusik.
Yes, Hasid. My question is if the applicant would be willing to consider the rezoning as proposed by the county, the neighborhood commercial.
You mean to have the one property is proposed, right? The Puaha property is currently zoned CN, and the Suffolk property is currently zoned RN. So are you suggesting if the applicant would have any objection in having the designation on the Suffolk property changed from RN to CN? And if that's the question, the answer is no. With this, not having to go back to square one.
And it seems
done, right now, then that would be, you would have no objection. And all of the conditions can still be the same.
And is that something that can be done as a condition of approval? I guess that's a question for our county planning staff.
I have an opinion, but I think I would defer to the staff in that regard.
Can you repeat that, Mike?
Yeah, so my question, because I tend to agree with Christian that the zoning would be appropriate as a transit-oriented development in the neighborhood commercial for both properties. And just trying to figure out if there's a way that can be accomplished here. It seems like the county is willing to do an administrative approval to allow it to be a more simple process.
Jeff, go ahead.
Okay. It's a tough question. There is a process as you go through a change of zone application, including the submittal of meets and bounds, creating an ordinance, creating a map that changes the zoning. So it's not something that can be done just by a letter or something. There's a process that has to happen. It can happen fast. We can get the ordinance prepared fast. We can get the meets and bounds. We already have them for the RM, but there still needs to be that process done prior to us being able to go forward in approving it. I've never seen it done outside of that in this manner. I don't know if Sid has, but I've never seen it before. I know that since you're creating an ordinance to be able to change that property to a particular zoning, which isn't done just by a letter.
But would it be possible for us to add that as a condition here? Let's say if we were going to approve the application that the applicant has submitted, could we say that we are approving this with the condition that the neighborhood commercial zoning be sought for the currently RN property?
Sorry, Sid, real quick. I have seen something like that, and that actually occurred in the Waikoloa-Mauka project, where they made it a condition to have the applicant go back to the Land Use Commission. With the understanding in this case that the applicant would have to go, you've got to make it clear. Do you want that CN zoning done before they go to council at this point, or do you want them to go to council, get approval, and come back and go through the whole process again? So there's some questions there that would need to be addressed.
Go ahead, Sid. Thanks, Jeff. Sid, unmute, please. Oh, there you go. Go ahead.
Yeah. As Jeff had indicated, I am familiar with the Waikoloa Highlands project, and when that I was listening into the earlier discussion on that particular item. Yes, that property was originally zoned Ag 1 by the county, and subsequently, when they went in for a time extension, there was a requirement that the applicant subsequently submit a separate zoning or an RA one zoning. So there is precedent to that. So the way I would look at it is that if there is a condition, for example, an added condition to require the applicant to submit a rezoning application maybe within 60 days after final approval of the, like the pending application, that can be done. And I would think that can be done. And such that if that CN zoning ends up like in this quagmire as we have right now, then like it can be denied, but nevertheless the applicant has the basic right to proceed based on the current RN zoning.
Thank you, Sid. Anybody else? Hi, Faye. Go ahead.
Question. I think there was explaining the meetings, etc., that they went through, and there were some revisions or some changes that they wanted to have made that they said no, they weren't willing to do it. Does that matter? I mean, or did I misunderstand that? Based on what Christian had said about making some changes, but
Sure.
what you call it, they said that they could not or would not, or I'm a little confused about that.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Yates, can you repeat the question? I didn't quite catch the first part.
Yeah, well, you said that there were some changes or some suggestions on the commission, on the commissioner's part as to them making some changes or revising some changes that they said they could not or would not? Or did I misunderstand that?
If I understand your question, at the June meeting, there was a motion to move forward with to try and have the county and the applicants, as well as the prospective buyer, try to come to a mutual agreement to move forward with a favorable recommendation. As part of that process, the applicant asked us to kind of lay out what we would need as a county to move forward with a favorable recommendation, to move from our unfavorable, which was based on our analysis of the general plan, the CDP, and all of the other reasons we went unfavorable, to try and get to a favorable. During that time, we did lay out those 3 steps, one of which was to rezone the Suffolk property to CN, to develop the master plan and conditions based on that master plan, the master plan being consistent with what the CDP asked for in a master plan, and third being that the master plan be vetted by the design center prior to coming back to the Planning Commission. It was on that point, or essentially the points that would take more time beyond August or September of this year. The applicant seemed very uncomfortable or did not want to move forward with those suggestions. Based on that, we were at an impasse. And those are the things that I was saying the applicant wasn't willing to do. And I think Sid just kind of confirmed that in his testimony before, based on his reasoning.
Okay. Excuse me. But the other previous conditions or concerns that we had as a commission, all those have been addressed. Something about the school, some about the roads, those kinds of things. Those all are to be addressed or have been addressed.
So the applicant, in their most recent proposed favorable recommendations, have gone back from asking for relief from a lot of those affordable housing questions and issues like that. I think with the school, the condition there is the request there is to still delete that school-related condition. And nothing else beyond that, just a deletion of that. And the justification was in, I believe, the applicant's previous or the original application or their previous favorable recommendation. Probably the original application, but if you want to have, Sid might be able to reiterate the reason behind that. At any rate, several of the conditions they were asking relief from, they've gone and put those back in their latest favorable recommendation. If that answers the question I think you're asking.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, my concern is still regarding traffic, because that area is so terrible, and that's where I'm concerned. How are they going to address that?
Well, maybe that's an appropriate time to finally let Randall speak. He's the traffic expert on this, and you were with us all last meeting and didn't get to say a word. So you want to address what your findings are?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Randall Lokaneku. I'm with the traffic management consultant, and I prepared the traffic impact analysis report for the Pualani Makai. The traffic impact analysis report was prepared in accordance with the Hawaii County Code concurrency requirements. And the concurrency requirements has specific guidelines for the preparation of the report. Among those are traffic mitigation for any unacceptable levels of service, within a 5-year period. The traffic study has recommended mitigation measures that would improve the levels of service to acceptable levels within a 5-year period, and we estimate those mitigation measures should maintain those acceptable levels through a 10-year period. Beyond that, the 20-year forecast would require major regional type of improvements to bring back the level of service to acceptable levels. And these there are several projects that the traffic impact analysis report points to, none of which are within a 5-year period, maybe not even a 10-year period, but they're on the books, one by the county and one by the state. But in any case, we've attempted to meet the county code's concurrency requirements as far as mitigation, which we've done at the intersection of Queen Kaumano Highway and Puapua Nui Street. Now, there are comments about traffic congestions along the Queen Kaumano corridor. I went back to take a look at my traffic videos, and I did identify, queuing, which were basically outside our study area. In the morning, there was queuing north of Hualalai Road. I could see it on the video backing up, but it never reached Puapua Nui Street. Similarly, in the afternoon, there's some back queuing that appeared to start at Laku Street and kind of backed up to Kuakini Highway intersection. But it, again, never reached Puapua Nui Street as far as the queuing is concerned. So a lot of these concerns are, in my opinion, are outside our study area. And so actually, I didn't really study those intersections, so I can't tell you what, not recently anyway, I can't tell you what the causes were. It could have been an accident, could have been, some malfunction in the traffic signals, could be mistiming of the traffic signals. But in any case, like I said, at least within our study area, we had attempted to mitigate the primary access both on Queen Kaumano Highway and on Kuakini Highway. Now, if you have any specific questions on the traffic study, I can, go directly to them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Van Pernis?
So I have a series of questions for Mr. Okinaku regarding the traffic study submitted by the applicant. If any of these questions are offensive, please let me know. I'll restate it. Mr. Okinaku, what was your assignment?
My assignment was to prepare a traffic impact analysis report for the Pualani Makai.
And were you instructed to study any particular intersections?
No.
How did you select the 3 intersections you did study?
Well, the study area is based upon the size of the development. Typically, for a smaller project, you would just analyze the access intersections that I've done. And for a larger project, we will take one intersection north and the one intersection south of the project site.
Just one intersection each way?
Yes. Now, it could go larger. If we were talking about something like a major resort, we would go further out. But again, this is a neighborhood commercial center with a multifamily residential. So I guess in my opinion, that study area was sufficient.
Okay, your opinion. Even though this project would have more people driving in and out than a resort.
Which resort?
Any resort that you base your decision on.
No, I don't know how you compare this with another resort. What resort are we talking about?
Okay, forget it. Why was Henry Street intersection that studied?
Can you repeat that? Which intersection?
Henry Street and
Henry Street.
Humanu.
Well, generally in traffic, as you get further from the site, traffic tends to dissipate. So when it reaches a level where the percentage drops down to insignificance, you know, we're not gonna study the whole island because one car is gonna go to Hilo. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically we do based upon judgment and cost, of course. You know, we can't be studying the whole west side of Hawaii, the Big Island for every project. But no, I did not go to Henry Street because it's located quite a distance from this particular intersection site.
You selected the intersection of Queen K and Kuakini, correct?
Yes.
Isn't that farther away from the proposed site than Henry Street intersection with
Oh, no, I don't
Queen
think
K?
so. The first intersection south is within a mile. The first major intersection, I think, north of our study area would be in Nanikailua.
Henry Street is the
That I think is the bottleneck that occurred, that resulted in the queue that I saw in the morning.
Isn't the Henry Street Queen K intersection closer to the project than the intersection of Kuakini and Queen K?
Oh, no, it's not. That's not. It's quite a ways away.
How far away is Henry Street?
Hang on, I'll Google it for you.
Henry Street's pretty far away.
Yeah.
The Henry Street Queen K intersection.
Yep. There are other intersections between there and the project.
That's far away, like more than a mile.
Is the Queen K Kuakini intersection the source of traffic onto Queen K to the project site?
Okay, going back to your earlier question, Henry Street is about 2 miles away from Puapua Nui Street.
And what's the street after Queen K? What's the intersection?
And if you want to look at,
please tell me.
Kuakini Highway intersection is about 0.6 miles south of Puapua Nui Street. So it's quite.
When traffic comes down Palani Road and reaches the intersection with Henry Street and Anikeaholu Highway, doesn't all the traffic turn left onto Henry Street?
From Palani Road?
Palani Road, yes. I'm sorry. I should revise my questions. Isn't Palani Road and the Queen K intersection farther away from the subject property than the Henry Street Queen K?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Why was the Henry Street intersection not studied?
Again, it's located 2 miles away from the site.
What's the relevance here, Mark?
The relevance is they selected a road that does not have left turn traffic at an intersection. Palani Road, Queen K intersection does not significantly detract traffic to Queen K going south. Isn't that true, sir?
I haven't studied that intersection recently, so I can't say definitively.
How about at the time of the traffic study?
The traffic study did not include that intersection in the study area.
The traffic study does not include Palani and Queen K?
No.
all the traffic from North Kona coming down Pine Road that goes south on Queen K turns onto Henry Street, correct?
No, I believe some of it goes into Kailua Town. Some of it hits toward back toward the airport.
Mark, I'm not sure what this line of questioning is accomplishing. Traffic comes from all directions, all kinds of streets, lefts, rights. I don't understand why we're
I would like to
time on
ask,
this.
you may not understand, but I drive those roads every day.
I drive them a lot too. It doesn't matter.
There's 2 left turn lanes from Pine Road onto Henry Street, correct?
I think there's a single left turn lane from Palani onto Henry Street.
You don't believe there's 2 left turn lanes from Palani going to turning left onto Henry Street?
There's one.
Yeah, I think there's a single left turn lane, yeah.
And then there's 2 from Henry onto Queen Ka'umano. What is this?
There's 1 turn lane on Palani at Queen K. There's 2 at Palani at
Okay,
Henry Street.
let's go with that. So move forward.
Right. Let me ask this question. Do you know where the Walmart is located?
Sure.
What street?
Henry Street.
Off of Henry Street. No, that's Safeway.
Do you know where the
Hang on.
largest shopping center in Corner is located? Being completed now?
Mark,
Can
sorry.
you give me a store?
Sorry,
I don't know the names of the.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
No, it
because
doesn't.
They're proposing.
Move on to your next question, please.
I think it's. You know where that.
At the point we're at right this minute, it doesn't matter what street Walmart is on.
Well, makes a difference when they propose development.
Okay, what's your next question, Mark?
How many streetlights are presently on Henry Street from Queen K to Palani?
From Queen K to Palani, because there's one intersection there.
From Queen
One signal.
K to Palani on Henry Street, how many lighted intersections are there?
Well, there's one at Palani and one at Henry Street.
The one on Malulani Drive.
Is that the Home Depot?
That's on Queen K.
Or Lowe's?
Mark, move forward, please.
I think I'm entitled to elicit information from this witness without interruption.
No, we're not really. We're wasting time on senseless things.
They may be senseless to you, but they're not senseless to the people who couldn't.
Well, I'm running this meeting and I feel like we're wasting time. I would like you to move forward past the
what is the condition?
This line of questioning.
What is the question? What is the condition of Henry Street, Palani Road to Queen K? Is it a low D or a low E or something else?
I don't have that information.
You didn't study Henry Street then?
No, I did not.
Okay, we're going to
Why
move
not?
on to another. We're going to stop right here and move on to another commissioner. Matt,
Okay.
go ahead.
I don't really have any further questions. I just wanted to add, although I'm a bit surprised, maybe with the traffic report, I do trust the expert and in his opinion. this traffic study. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Sid? Unmute, Sid.
Okay, am I on mute?
Go ahead. Oh, yes, yes, you are. Unmute. Sid, you're muted. There you go. Go ahead.
I think Christian is playing havoc. I wanted to come back to Commissioner Yates' question, about the 5-acre school site. I think that's a very germane issue, and I want to share with the commissioner some of the background on that. When the property was originally rezoned back in 2005, there was a lot of negotiations back and forth with members of the council. And at that point in time, the council had suggested or had encouraged the applicant, would you consider setting aside 5 acres of land for the charter school? And so Mr. Cook did work out in an arrangement with the charter school. In the meantime, that kind of like fizzled out and the charter school kind of moved on. But nonetheless, that 5-acre area was proposed to be set aside on either a portion of the Suffolk property and the property immediately behind the Mackay area. Now, between the first and the second planning commission meeting, I did get a chance to talk to the planning director and say, like, look, the applicant is willing to set aside this 5-acre area and donate it to the county for a park and for whatever use that the county deems to be appropriate. And in so doing, it would help kind of like make a so-called more cohesive master plan, because now you would be embracing not only the Suffolk and Pua'a property, but also maybe a 4 or 5-acre portion property on the Mackay side. And it would be a little bit more complete development. So the director didn't accept that, for different reasons, but I wanted to kind of point out to Commissioner Yates and members of this body that that offer is still there. And so if the commission wants to amend condition U or condition B, relating to the school site, it would basically read like, prior to the issuance of a building permit for any residential or commercial structures on the site, the applicant has to subdivide and dedicate or cause a dedication of 5 acres of land within the Suffolk property or the property immediately behind. So that condition can be made as part of either the commissioner's recommendation, or if you want the applicant to so represent, then that can be a presentation made on the part of the applicant.
Madam Chair, you need to unmute.
Sorry about that. Go ahead, Mark.
Mr. Fuki, is the fair share going to be paid? Fair share pulled by the original ordinance?
I
don't think you heard your question.
Did you hear the question?
Repeat the question, Mark.
Is the fair share imposed by the original ordinance going to be paid or redetermined?
Unmute, Sid. Here you go. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, so as far as the fair share, what we're proposing is, it's no change to the fair share. It's pretty much like universal to all of the other fair share requirements. What we did was just kind of adjust the value of the fair share per unit, and also to allow for fair share credits for certain improvements such as the new Malcolm Mackay Road, and also to exempt any of on the site to be exempt from the fair share requirement, which I understand is current policy at this point in time. So we're not asking for any further exemptions on the fair share requirement. No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is being made.
Repeat that, Mark.
Can you answer yes or no whether a fair share payment is included in the proposal?
I thought I answered the question. The short answer to that question is yes, there is a fair share component in the proposed amendments.
In the traffic study, why was Laco Street, Henry Street, Sunset Drive, and several other intersections, Seaview Circle, why were they not considered in that they're closer to the subdivision or the proposed development than the roads that are selected by Mr. Okinawa?
Randall, you want to respond? You want to unmute yourself? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. As I said earlier, that we need to make a limit to the study area because of the cost involved, basically. And generally, what I do is to consult with the State Department of Transportation to kind of give them a heads up of what I am doing, and they will advise me on the study area, which intersections they want to see looked at, and that. What's part of that's how I determine the size of the study area for this particular traffic study. Like I said earlier, the traffic dissipates as it goes further away from the site. There's a network of streets where traffic will tend to just flow. So the percentage gets smaller and smaller as you get further and further away.
Laco Street closer than the other streets you indicated?
Laco Street is south of Kuakini Highway.
So we've been told what area was in the study and that's in front of us. So let's accept the study and move on. Are there any other issues?
A question for Mr. Fuki.
Yes, Mark, go ahead.
Since from prior testimony in prior hearings, I understand that development is not going to take place for many years. I also understand that the applicant, the LLC, Civic and Blah, is not going to develop. So what's the rush? Describe Mr. K in getting everything done by July 31st and or going to land court right away. Why can't you take that time to do those things?
Go ahead, Sid.
Yeah, I don't understand the land court question, but all I know is that the applicant already has a very solid buyer in terms of solid spring capital, and understandably, no potential buyer would want to purchase a property when it's not there. And that's the reason why Ken was here earlier, and he would have attested that yes, subject to the approvals, that spring capital, his client would be stand ready and willing and able to do the project. Now, in terms of when actually the project can be shovel ready, it's obviously not going to be within a year, from now, because there's so many permits that are required. They have to update the drainage plan, although they did have one. They have to kind of prepare and update the construction drawings for the new Malcolm Mackay highway, roadway within the project area. let alone like having to come up with a master plan that's got to be vetted and approved by the planning director. So there are like a number of steps. So, I think it would be remiss on myself or anybody else to represent that next year, this time, the project is going to be shovel ready. But I think what's important is like the message that this commission is telling, is sending out to say that it's a desirable project. It will provide, if developed, like much needed infrastructure and community service vis-a-vis in terms of affordable rental housing, those kind of things. And then it makes it a little bit more palatable for existing or future investors to look at this island and seeing that, yes, we have a relatively developer-friendly island.
Is it because the applicant, Suffolk and Pu'a'a, is not going to be the developer?
I think we made it clear that, yes, Pu'a'a and Suffolk are not in a position right now to do the development. It's a project that's too large for them, and also given the age of the owners, they don't want to carry on a financial commitment that's going to stretch in excess of 10 years. Somebody like a development entity like Spring Capital would be in a better position to do it. If not Spring Capital, some other developer.
Do you agree that conditions have changed and infrastructure needs are increased at near the site of the project since the original approval in 2005? There will be a worsening and greater need for the next 10 or 20 years?
Well, I think I would respond in two ways. One is that the traffic study prepared by Mr. Okaneko was reviewed and approved by the State Department of Transportation, not in 2005, but in conjunction with the application before you. So it's fresh. And the other thing too is like, we've seen a lot of development residential activity on the south side. And so the whole idea behind this project is to have people move closer to towns such that you would minimize the long commute that a lot of these people have.
You think you think people are going to move closer to town?
Closer to town, and I think that's what the CDP was talking about. Probably more in a cohesive area, not kind of sprawled out. If you have it all sprawled out, what you do is you exacerbate the traffic condition. But I think it's a little bit more on a concentric basis, as it would represent. Then you minimize the flow getting from 5 miles south to 10 miles north.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Traffic.
Mark, we're taking another break from you and hearing from some other commissioners.
Well, I don't have to listen any longer. Let me finish this line of questioning.
You're not.
It's only one more question.
Okay, do your one more question.
Isn't the traffic study dependent on the widening of the highway and or the construction of the Lee Drive bypass?
No, it is not.
There you go. Okay, Mr. Visick, you're next.
Yes, I was just wondering if we could take a close look, kind of item by item, at the proposed conditions and see if those conditions, or if we can add conditions that will then satisfy the county's concerns and lead to us to moving forward with this one way or another. I agree with Christian's approach with the 3 items that are needed. I think having the neighborhood commercial zoning makes the options a lot more open, considering that we don't know who the actual developer is going to be. We are hopeful that it will go through and will work out with Spring Capital and all that, but we have to take this application at its face of what the existing zoning is, what's best for the area. And I agree with Christian that the neighborhood commercial zoning is probably the most appropriate and most conforming with the transit-oriented development. I also agree that having a detailed master plan is crucial. and having a review by the Kona Community Development Plan Action Committee to make sure that it's in line with the Kona Community Development Plan. To me, those three things are crucial, right? I agree. I think the county came a long way. They sat down at the table and they opened up and said, this is what we need in order to make this a favorable recommendation. Whether we can accomplish that through conditions or whether that has to be actual outright negative recommendation and then have them come back with those three things in hand. I would love to have opinions from county staff on if we can accomplish that now and lead to a favorable today.
Go ahead, Christian.
I think at this point it's important to understand that if the commission decide to go favorable, it would be a favorable coming from the commission and not the county, based on whatever analysis and conditions that you place on it. Yeah. I think we're prepared to speak to some of the conditions that we see are somewhat problematic, but at this point, if that's the way you choose to go, then we would have an opportunity to address those as we go along.
Please do so, Christian. Please let me know what conditions that are being proposed you think are problematic.
Okay. There are a few. Condition B for both the Suffolk and Pua'a ordinances. The condition as proposed is not consistent with the Planning Department's standard condition for rezones and doesn't consider recommendations provided by the Department of Water Supply memo dated January 8th. So we suggest replacing the language that is proposed with the following. Prior to the issuance of water commitment by the Department of Water Supply, DWS, the applicant shall submit the anticipated maximum daily water usage calculations as prepared by a professional engineer licensed in the state of Hawaii to the DWS. A water commitment deposit shall be paid to the DWS within 180 days from the effective date of this ordinance in accordance with Rule 5 of the Department of Water Supply's rules and regulations. The applicant is responsible for maintaining valid water commitments to support the proposed use until such time that the required water facilities charges are paid in full. So that would be the language for the first, our suggested language for the condition B for both.
Go ahead, Mike.
Sid, are you okay with that suggested revised language?
We have no objection. It's fine. The only thing to be mindful of is that the property already has a X number of water commitments, and 510 water commitments. And so that's the reason why we had included the term if applicable, because it provides flexibility that if you have the commitments, then you don't have to do it. The language that Christian has provided normally would be on the face of it, no problem. Assuming that you don't have your required water commitments and then you have to purchase. But if to modify the department's, planning department's concern, if you want that language, I think we can kind of work around it.
Yes, I'd just point out that the reason that language is suggested is because specifically in water supply's comment letter, they required the payment of a water commitment. So to be consistent with what the department is asking for, that's why we added that.
That's fine.
Yeah, that sounds good to me, and it seems like the applicant's okay with that. Can we move on to the next condition item that you guys have a concern with?
So it's really condition C, and this is the timing component. This isn't consistent with our standard condition for rezones, the start within or commence within 5 years and substantially complete within 10. The applicants indicated that projects of this size take longer to develop than the standard rezone because the applicant views both Suffolk development and Pua'a development project as one project referred to as Pualani Makai. However, as we talked about before, the ordinance approving the zoning were separate for the properties. which can be developed independent of one another and at the same time. Therefore, we think the 5 years is sufficient time to develop each independent property because the proposed project size is smaller to other rezones for which 5 years is provided to complete construction. So we suggest replacing it with our standard condition language that says it shall be completed within 5 years from the effective date of the ordinance, and requiring plan approval and so on and so forth. If the commission decides that that the 10 years is more appropriate, we would like to have some kind of definition of what substantial completeness means, because that is very subjective. The applicant's definition of substantial completeness could be very different from what the department or the county's definition of substantial completeness is. At any rate, that's our initial thought.
What is the county's definition of it?
Well, when we talk about completeness, we talk about what's being proposed. So the proposed development. This gets into a little bit of a tricky area because once a entitlement is granted, the applicant or subsequent owner could develop something that is permitted in that zoning district. So we stay away from contract zoning. It's hard to lock them down to what's proposed. So there's a lot of wiggle room in substantial completeness, a lot of wiggle room in what can be built. So that's, I would say that, if they're proposing to develop 226 units of affordable housing on the Suffolk property and 60,000 square feet of commercial and 100 units, which again, there's somewhat of a discrepancy between what's in writing and what's on their site plan. I think it's like 160 units for the Pua'a property, then that should be complete within that time frame. I would defer to, or I'd like to understand what the applicant's definition of substantial completeness is, and that's why I'm asking for to come to a more specific agreement as to what that looks like.
Sid, did you want to respond to that? Just a second, Max. Go ahead, Sid.
Am I back on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think the whole idea is like, substantial completion is like, it's a point of no return. If you're a developer and you're going to have just take a residential home. If you have the roof up and pretty much all you have to do is kind of the interior improvements, putting in the sink and all that stuff, it's a point of no return. You're gonna end up completing it. So likewise for this project here, we're just saying that substantial completion, I would imagine that you can tie it into having the Malcolm Mackay Road, because that's a lot of investment that's got to be made by the developer, not county, but it's got to be made by the county, by the developer. And the way the conditions are structured, no occupancy can be issued until the road is completed. So if you expend almost like 1/3, maybe 1/2 of your investment money on just putting in the basic infrastructure for the road and your drainage system, at that point in time, you're not going to give up. You're going to see the project through. So I can't really say whether substantial completion is having 3/4 of the project completed, or whatever have you. But if you want to tie it down to maybe substantial completion, meaning, for example, having completed all of the required drainage system and new Malcolm Mackay Road, even if the project doesn't start off in terms of residential construction or the commercial construction, you know what happens? You know who wins? The public wins. They get a new road and they get an improved drainage system. So if you want to tie it to that, then that's fine. The other thing too is the 5 year to commence construction. I think that for those who understand and have gone through the development process, know how long it takes to get the required archaeological clearances, know how long it takes to get construction plans reviewed and approved. You have to put in all of that time. And so it's, as I mentioned earlier in the testimony, or the public portion, not public, in my testimony, that it would be foolish on my part to say, yeah, next year this project will be accelerated. It will not. It's purely and simple the need to go through all of the other permitting.
Okay. I want to let Max ask his question or make his comment, and then I want Mike to go back to his train of thought on taking us forward. Go ahead, Max.
And I don't want to interrupt Mark as he was making towards trying to work this out. For myself, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion, and should I be able to get a second, I look forward to stating my reasons. I'd like to, I don't know where we're at with this thing, if we're allowed to make a motion at this time.
Yeah.
In regards to Suffolk Investment LLC, I move that an unfavorable recommendation be forwarded to the County Council on the applicant's proposal amendments for a change of zone ordinance number 05113, based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted, and regarding Hua Development LLC. I move to make an unfavorable recommendation be forwarded to the County Council on the applicant's proposed amendments to change of zone ordinance number 05115, based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted. And again, I look forward to giving my reasons.
I'd second those motions and wish to comment.
Hold on. Right.
First and foremost, the reason why I come to this conclusion at this point is that ultimately we're talking about precedent, and that precedent being that this is 5 years old already on a property that hasn't been begun. The amount of exemptions, the reluctance to bring any sort of real conversation, and even now that it's 5 years old, just shows me we're in a bad place with this. That's my reasoning. On a side note, the prospective buyer, who has been a part of these conversations and I believe deserves to be recognized, Spring Capital's last project in Kona is in the new industrial area, a storage facility that was shut down by this county because they proceeded with a mainland contractor that was not licensed. And I think that just shows, all in all, a lack of disregard for how to follow county mandates. And while I'm reluctant to come to this conclusion, I think it's the only way we can proceed.
Thank you. Mark, go ahead.
I'm seconding those motions.
Right.
And I want to
Discussion.
say that it's not 5 years delinquent, it's 15 years delinquent. And with no excuse for delinquency, and they're asking for another 10 years of no infrastructure contributions of significance. Now, that saves millions of dollars for whomever is selling to Spring Capital. Now, I also want to point out that in the time period that's gone by while these plants or while these applicants abandoned this project, electric cars have become prominent. It's anticipated that they will go up 10% a year. So if we wait 5 or 10 years, we're going to have 50% electric vehicles. That's commercial trucks as well as cars. And it's a lot less expensive to put in electric charging stations now than to retrofit. Other places have done that. I would think the developer would want to do that too as a service to the community, increasing the value of its property. But we're so far behind the curve in this application that has been discussed yet. I'd like to have Miss Yates, the other Kona person here, or rather, Kalu Kona person here, me being North Kona, her being South Kona, comment on the situation. This is the worst traffic jam in Kona involving from Henry Street to Papua Nui, Laco, on up to Chem 3. 8 intersections, none of which are all, two of which have been studied by this traffic study.
Thank you. Any other commissioners like to comment since we're in the discussion phase here with the motion on the table? Faye, did you want to say something?
Yes, I agree. You know, I'm really am concerned about the traffic. More than anything else, the traffic there is so horrendous and it doesn't, I don't know. But yeah, I'm concerned about people who live there, traffic condition, and you know, overall, it just kind of seems congested the way it is. So I go along with the unfavorable recommendation.
Thank you. Perry, do you have a thing?
Yeah, I will say that this is difficult for me because I respect the people involved in the project. But 15 years is a long time, another 10. A lot, you know, it's 25 years is a generation, and we've already seen multiple CDPs. A lot has changed within our community. And I don't feel like we're being asked to approve a development or a proposed development. I feel like we're being asked to make a positive, affirmative recommendation on a real estate sale. And I have a hard time tying up property entitlements for an entire generation for the purpose of a real estate sale. It's difficult for me.
Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I totally get where everybody's coming from on this. You know, the 15 year or 10-year timeline is a long time when the applicant isn't willing to take another few months up front to do the very reasonable request that the planning department has asked. So to me, if we were going to make a decision today as it is, I would also be on the side of an unfavorable ruling based on the discussion today.
Yes, Mark?
I want to make one thing clear. I respect Mr. Fuki. I admired his work when he was planning director. I even sent some of my clients there to be represented by him. But as planning director, I don't think he would ever approve this project with all its waivers and delays and etc. I think it's a blot in his record. And I think that Mr. Fuki should be embarrassed about asking for approval of this project. I do respect his past work.
Mike, did you have something?
Yes, I just wanted to, well, first off, disagree with the previous statement and leave it at that. But keeping it on subject, you know, the purpose of what we're reviewing here is zoning application, right? Is we have a stale ordinance for zoning. And when an ordinance becomes stale, it's the commission's job to figure out what is the most appropriate zoning type in that location, given the current situation. I think that the planning department has offered their suggestion on what the most appropriate zoning is. So my question is the planning department then going to initiate zoning change to a zoning that's more appropriate?
Christian?
I would defer to the director on that question.
Is the director still with us? There he is. Did you hear the question, Michael?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
That's. I can't give you a definitive yes. I would initiate action right away. Political realities is there are priorities that I have to take care of between now and December, and So I can't give you a definitive answer on that.
But I mean, just to follow up, and you know, I understand we're all on a timeline with that, but the next step generally would be to proceed towards the zoning that's more appropriate with the scale ordinance, right? So it'd either be the planning department or the owner coming back and applying for a zoning that's more appropriate. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I agree with the planning department. Neighborhood commercial zoning is appropriate for that location.
Sid?
Unmute.
You're muted. Sid, you're muted.
Okay, so if the request were ultimately denied by the county council, then, you know, like, there's several options. You know, they could kind of like, the applicant could kind of go back again and request to have it do the same thing, you know, the same process. The other option is the applicant could submit an application to revoke the existing ordinances. If you revoke the existing ordinances, then you have the underlying zoning, which is Act 5. So this is my point of view. So then, given the frustration and, you know, of the owners, and given their age, then the easiest option for them is to just kind of withdraw. I mean, you know, like, not withdraw, but submit an application to nullify these two ordinances, go back to Ag 5. They have these remaining, you know, 3 parcels, going for a typical 5-acre lot subdivision, get in and out, sell it for like high-end residential lot, agricultural lot type of subdivision. The sad thing about it is that subsequent to the general plan, I realize you're talking about time, but subsequent to the general plan, you have to understand that the CDP was reviewed and they made that express policy commitment that this is your best place to have a TOD. So but it requires the participation and cooperation of the landowner. So what happens if you have the property all, you know, go back to Ag 5, I don't want to have any more headache, I'll just chop it up into 5-acre lot subdivision based on the existing zoning. Then it frustrates the ability to do something that the CDP wanted to have accomplished.
And no more Malcolm Mackay Road, no improved drainage necessarily, no neighborhood store for the Kulani community and all of that. So I understand the frustration.
And then question to the county on that is there county involvement in that now that the zoning ordinance is stale, and, you know, the condition for planning director initiating a more appropriate zoning seems all the more relevant given the statement from the applicant about reversion to agricultural 5. So is there a plan that we can address that to maintain this transit-oriented development in this location?
Go ahead, Christian.
Yeah, I would say that the request to revert would still have to go through this process. It would be a rezone back to agricultural 5-acre and a state land use boundary amendment back to agriculture from urban. So like we did in this case, we would look at consistency with general plan, we would look at consistency with the CDP and our other analysis against criteria for granting those ordinances. In this case, it's unlikely because of the general plan and the CDP that a reversion back to Ag 5 and state land use ag would be appropriate in this area as it is now.
Mike?
So that reversion would have to come back to the commission and the council for it to go through.
That's correct, because it would be a change of zone.
Sid? Unmute.
Okay, so here's a dilemma. So the property right now is what you call zoning in limbo. You can't do anything with the land, but yet he's paying taxes based upon the higher and best use value, which is a commercial and a multiple family. Okay. So, given that, then I would, I'm not an attorney, but I would suspect that if he were to file a suit against the county for an inverse condemnation of the property, because he can't use the land, And so now if he comes in and then rezones the land, it's an applicant initiated to Ag 5, and if you're going to deny it, then the question is like, what are you rezoning it to? Are you going to keep that existing CN and the RN zoning where you can't do anything? Then that's really like ripe for, I think, a litigation.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like what they'd be rezoning it to is what was stated, the neighborhood commercial zoning, which they think is more appropriate.
Were you going to say something, Sid?
I guess they could do it, but it's like I haven't seen a situation where you have like an inverse, sort of like an eminent domain or inverse condemnation of land use, in a sense that the county zones the property and the developer is saying, no, I don't want to do that. But the landowner is saying, no, I don't want to do that. I've seen like inverse condemnation in terms of acquisition of property, where ultimately the government buys it. But now you have the private owner, the landowners, being forced to do something that the government wants to have done through the zoning. I think that becomes legally questionable too.
Jeff.
So this is a unique situation in which we find ourselves here. We had a lengthy discussion with the planning commissions regarding projects that have that come back before the commission and council with a time extension when the project basically stopped sometime previously. So the direction of the commission were different, but the Leeward Planning Commission was very clear that they wanted to see something change, and it sounded like the change they wanted to see was, instead of addressing the time extension, they wanted to see the project come back almost to be resubmitted as a new project so that they could evaluate the entire project again as a brand new project. In this particular case, since this was originally approved, till this time, there's been a massive change, and that was the Kona CDP, in which identifies this property as one of the, in the center of one of the TODs. So that has been a big change when we're looking at this particular project. And again, you asked for compromise. The director did work with the applicant, and I think it is agreeable that going forward with this amount of land area at this time would be a CN zoning. Looks like it would meet the intent of what we're trying to get to. But still, the commission has the opportunity to vote in the way it is. We have an unfavorable recommendation that's being brought before the commission to be voted on. That could happen with any project. That just happens. If that happens, then the project goes up to county council with an unfavorable recommendation, and it's addressed at council. It's just the way it is, unfortunately.
Mr. Newberg.
Just wanted to add that I do stand by my motion, and I think it's hard, don't want to get into personal reasons. I was raised that the only person that can control ourselves is ourselves, and you were granted what you requested in 2005, which was an incredible peak in the construction industry. And unfortunately, that wasn't taken advantage of by the owners.
Yeah, life changes. We don't have control over everything, but Mr. Van Pernis.
Let me say that the project was abandoned for 15 years. So they have no one but themselves to blame. Secondly, our job is to represent the people of Kona. All the people stuck in a traffic jam every day once the virus is gone. All the people who live in the area who are all jammed up in a serious basis. Unacceptable, lights changing, traffic not moving. The CH can tell you that. I can't do because it takes me an hour to get to Kealakekua off of Henry Street. And we're supposed to represent all the people of Kona. Well, maybe courage to developers, but we're not here to try to find some way to make it work for the developer, for a multimillionaire developer to make more money. And I also want to say that
Not appropriate, Mark. It doesn't matter how much money a person has, or if they're going to make a profit or they're going to take a loss.
you can strike those
That's not
comments.
what we're in. It's not why we're here.
We're here to represent the people of Kona and try to protect them from things like traffic jams, which exist now. We're not here to make things work at the expense of the people of Kona. There's been today even a endorsement of a negative decision, and the Leeward Planning Commission has done it several times. It's supposedly popular with some people applications, and we should not hesitate to do it here.
Anybody else? Did you have your hand up, Mike? No. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just would say that, in the event that this motion is carried on, the applicant is more than welcome to come back with the revised proposal that includes the appropriate zoning, the neighborhood commercial zoning as was outlined, and the master plan and the Kona community development plan. That shouldn't take very long. That should take a few months tops, really, to do all that legwork. And that would barely be eating into their 15-year timeline or 10-year timeline for construction. So I just want to say that nothing against the project or anything, and be happy to hear it again under a different set of conditions.
Thank you. I agree. I support what you just said. Echo that. All right. Are we finished talking about this and ready to move toward a vote? I think so. All right, Christian, please.
Okay, again, we'll do this one at a time. I've got a motion by Commissioner Newberg and a second by Commissioner Van Pernis to forward an unfavorable recommendation to the County Council. And this is for Pua'a Development LLC, amendments to rezone 04-025. Commissioner Newberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis.
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner Vatusik.
Aye.
Commissioner Yates.
Aye.
And Chair Carr Smith.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion carries 6-0. Same motion and second for Suffolk Investment LLC. And then this is for amendment to rezone 04-024. Commissioner Newberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis.
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner Vatusik.
Aye.
Commissioner Yates.
Aye.
And Chair Carr Smith.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion carries 6-0.
All right, very good. Thank you, Sid, for hanging in with us on these various hearings. Best of luck. We hope we see you again on different conditions. I did want to mention for the record that Christopher Delaunay from Pacific Resources Partnership had sent in testimony against this agenda, these two agenda items. I failed to mention that earlier. All right. Thanks, you guys. We're almost done. We've got approval on the minutes on the table now. I discovered that the draft minutes include Keith Unger and was present in June, and we know that he wasn't, so that was just a typo. So anybody that wants to make a motion could make that subject to Keith being removed just from that one.
I'll move that we approve the June 18th, 2020 Leeward Planning Commission minutes as revised.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Mr. Batusik, Mr. Kealoha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, minutes are approved. Administrative matters, do we have any stuff?
No administrative matters today.
Okay, any announcements?
I have a question on, well, I guess it could go under either. Do we need to recruit any additional commissioners? Seems like we're getting low.
Yes, we just got.
Yeah, let them know, Barbara.
So the other day at council, they approved that planning committee, Barbara DeFranco. So she'll be joining us. Hopefully, she'll clear her other hearings and join you shortly.
And she will represent South Kona, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Do we need any others to recruit any others? What's the maximum we can have?
We have all 7.
Yeah, that'll make us full. Anything else?
No,
All right.
only just thank you to the staff and to the commissioners for all the pre-testing and everything. Obviously, it takes a lot of work to get us to this day. Thank you.
It does. Yeah, thank you guys very much. Your staff is great, Mike. Thank you. A motion to adjourn?
One last.
Oh, wait, Mike, go ahead.
One last thing. You know, after the recent election, I know that we're all on a little bit of a timetable with, you know, the current planning director. I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you've done, and that, you know, the next 90 days is going to have a lot of difficult decisions for the community, and hope we keep going strong with the time we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for saying that. All right, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Fay and Perry. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you all. See you next month. Ahui ho.
Health and strength, everyone. Aloha.